Chapter 167. The girl who walked and saw that the boy who had been in a coma for nearly 3 months was actually so shy. The little girl laughed, her voice clear and pleasant. Jean Rouet couldn't help but be stunned. "Brother Rouet, what are you shy about? I've been helping you bathe and feeding you medicine for the past 2 months. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Really?" As she spoke, the girl didn't care whether Lin Ray was wearing clothes or not. Anyway, she had already seen what she needed to see. Why would she care about what he looked like now? She didn't care about Lin Ray's current situation and directly walked over. Then, she handed over the new clothes to Jean Rouet. "Brother Rouet, try it on and see if it fits." Looking at the clothes, Lin Ray glanced at the corner of his eyes and saw that the girl's fingers were bleeding. However, the blood didn't flow on the clothes. Looking at the new clothes, Jean Rouet knew that the clothes must have been made by the girl last night. Therefore, "Thank you. Thank you for making clothes for me. I still don't know your name." Seeing this scene, Lin Ray didn't say anything. Instead, he silently swore in his heart that he would never let the girl in front of him suffer any harm in the future. "Oh, I'll raise you. My name is Jean Ling. Grandpa calls me Ling. In the future, you can also call me that." After speaking, the girl blushed. Then, she threw the clothes on Jean Rouet's body and ran out. Seeing Jean Ling run out, Jean Rouet laughed. Then, he put on the clothes and walked out of the room. The moment he came out, a gust of wind blew over. Lin Ray, who had been lying in the room for a long time, was really not used to it. "Hey, you're the outsider who was saved by old man Jean, right?" At this time, a group of people popped out from the wall and shouted at Lin Ray with serious hostility. "Yes, if it's just me, I think you're talking about me. What's wrong?" Outsider, I don't know how you came here. As long as I know, our village doesn't welcome you. Ling, doesn't welcome you either. I think you should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise," when they heard Lin Ray admit it, their faces immediately turned cold. Their eyes carried a hint of killing intent as they threatened Lin Ray. "Oh, you mean you want to do something to me? But I hate it when people threaten me, especially ants like you. What's going on? Why would I say such a thing?" At that moment, Lin Ray came to his senses. The words he had said before were not his own. He had just inadvertently blurted them out after hearing what those people said. "Ha! Ha! Listen to what this brat said. He said that we are ants? Ha ha ha!" When those people heard Jean Rouet's words, they burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with disdain and ridicule. Let me tell you, in Shuaikan village, other than me, no one has ever dared to say that to me. If it weren't for Jean Ling, let me tell you, you would have died today. I'll tell you. Just you wait, I'll be back." As they said that, they seemed to have seen someone. Their faces changed drastically, and they quickly fled. Seeing that they had fled, Lin Ray turned around and saw that Jean Ling had unknowingly appeared behind him. "Ha! Ling Er, when did you come? Brother Rouet, if they come again in the future, call me out. They're all little bullies in the village. They don't do anything good every day. They come out to bully people every day. Basically, all the children in the village have been bullied by them. So when they see a newcomer again, they have the urge to bully him." Hearing Jean Ling's words, Lin Ray smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he walked towards a room. "Hey, Brother Rouet, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me?" Seeing that Jean Rouet did not say anything after hearing what she said and turned to walk towards the room, Jean Ling was stunned for a moment. She thought that she had said something wrong. As soon as Jean Rouet left, Jean Ling followed. "What's wrong, Brother Rouet? Did Ling Er say something wrong?" Jean Ling, who walked in, saw Jean Rouet sitting on the bed and looking at her with a serious expression. Jean Ling was a little scared for a moment. "Phew! Ling Er, I want to live alone. I don't want to live in your house all the time. It's inconvenient." Finally, Jean Rouet spoke. But when Jean Ling heard his words, she was stunned on the spot. She stared blankly at Jean Rouet, who was sitting on the bed. No one knew what she was thinking. Why? Does Brother Rouet think that our family can't afford to raise you? No. Since I'm already here and I've lost my memory, I have to plan for the long term. I plan to go out and live alone. This way, I won't be the subject of ridicule and people won't gossip about you. You see, they came here today for you. So, I think it's better for me to leave." The old man, Jinling, spoke in a choked voice. Jean Rouet did not suppress what he wanted to say because of this. "But I don't mind. I know that girls don't mind. Why do you mind? Or is it that I'm not pretty enough and I'm making you lose face?" Jean Rouet couldn't be bothered to say anything when he saw the old man's appearance. He stood up and walked out. However, this time, Jean Rouet didn't stay in the courtyard. After asking around, he went to the village chief's residence. Looking at the courtyard made of mud, Lin Ray walked up and knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The knocking sounds were not very loud, but they could still be heard inside. Sure enough, after a while, a man's deep voice came from the room. "Who is it?" "It's noon." After a while, a person walked out. It was Jean Rouet's people. This was the person who climbed up Jean Ling's wall to threaten him. "You? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you? If I see you again, I won't be polite to you." "You." Seeing this person again, Jean Rouet was also very surprised, but Jean Rouet did not want to be too entangled with him. While the man was talking, Lin Ray walked in through the gap at the side. When the man who was talking saw this scene, his face showed an awkward expression. Hey, 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 can you not barge into other people's homes? Do you know that this is very bad behavior?" Jean Rouet did not seem to have the intention to pay attention to him at all. He ignored him and walked into the room. When he entered the room, he saw an old man who looked like Jean Rouet, but not as old as Jean Rouet's grandfather. He was sitting at the table with a bottle in his hand, as if it was coming from inside. For a moment, Jean Rouet's past love of drinking was brought out by the wine in the old man's hand. Hee, kiddo, I've never seen you in the village. Kiddo, you're the one who descended from the sky and brought back to life a person that no one thought you could bring back to life in less than 3 months. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Ray did not deny it and nodded. Then he walked up, sat directly opposite the old man, and said respectfully, "I know you're the village chief. I'm here to survive here. I'm here to beg you. Can you arrange an empty or abandoned house for me in the village? Even if you don't have a house, you could just find a random place. I'll build my own house." "Oh, is that why you're here? I heard that you were living in Old Man Jin's house. Why do you want to live out now?" Hearing Jean Rouet's words, the old man could not help but be surprised for a moment. Then he recovered and asked Jean Rouet, "Since I have already planned to live here for a long time, then I must have my own house. So I beg the village chief to arrange a house for me. I know that everything is not for free. I can hunt, and I will use the meat I hunt to exchange for it. I will give you double the amount of meat that the house is worth. What do you think?" Hearing Jean Rouet's reason and such tempting conditions, who would not agree? Meat was a good thing on this island, so the old man did not even think about it and agreed. "Okay, but you have to do as you say. The prey on our island is not so easy to hunt." "Yes, I know. I will do as I say, as long as you give me what I want." Hearing Jean Rouet's words, the old man hurriedly told Lin Ray the address of the house and told the entire village that the house would be Jean Rouet's in the future. He also warned everyone that Jean Rouet would be a person of Shui Kin village in the future. After that, life returned to normal. After Jean Rouet obtained the house, he simply tidied it up. As long as the house was clean, it was fine. Then he went to find a knife and walked into the forest. Phew! Let's begin. I just don't know what this prey is. After entering the forest, Jean Rouet walked for a while and encountered some rabbits and pheasants. Under Jean Rouet's relentless pursuit, he finally caught more than 10 rabbits and pheasants in a short while. Seeing so much prey, Jean Rouet wiped the sweat off his head and carried the prey back to the village. "Forget it. Let's go to Jean Ling's house. They have taken care of me for so long. I should thank them." After returning to the village, Jean Rouet made up his mind and brought the prey to Jean Ling's house. Along the way, when everyone saw what Lin Ray was carrying on his back, they all revealed shocked expressions. It was as if they had seen something that happened once in 1,000 years, making Jean Rouet feel uncomfortable all over. Jean Ling, are you home?" When he arrived at Jean Ling's house, Jean Rouet was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he shouted at the door. Jia! Jean Ling's figure walked out after a while. When she saw what Lin Ray was carrying, her face revealed the same shocked expression as the other villagers. Brother Rouet, how did you get this? Ha ha, are you stupid? Of course I called. Don't tell me you walked over and it got caught by me. Chapter 168. At this time, Jean Rouet was very puzzled. Why were there so many people looking at him on the way back? At that time, Jean Rouet thought he was an outsider, so it was like this. He didn't expect that when he returned to Jean Ling's place, it was still the same scene. At this time, Lin Ray knew that this matter was not as he thought. Brother Rouet, do you know? On our island, eating meat is so extravagant, but you brought back so much meat today. How can the villagers not be surprised? What? Eating meat is extravagant? That's not right. There are so many wild hares and pheasants on mountain. If they want to eat meat, they can go up and hunt. Why would you say that? When Jean Rouet heard Jean Ling's words, his face showed a puzzled expression. At this time, he was very puzzled. You don't know. That's because those things run too fast, so we can't catch them. But today is different. I didn't expect Brother Rouet to catch so many at once. It's really great. However, Brother Rouet, why don't we take advantage of this time to distribute these and keep a few? This can ease the gap between you and the villagers. And you decide. I don't know about this. Since the things have been delivered, I'll go back first. Hearing Jean Ling's words, Jean Rouet smiled and then took a wild hare and left. At this time, Jean Ling's face was red as she thought about Jean Rouet's words of you decide. After Jean Rouet left, Jean Ling listened for a long time before she woke up from her infatuation. Then, she took the rabbits and pheasants that Jean Rouet caught and delivered them to each house. Every time she went to a house, she would say, "This is my brother Rouet's gift to you. I hope you can take care of me in the future." Soon, Jean Rouet finished delivering more than a dozen rabbits and pheasants. Although it was far from enough, he could only deliver these. Jean Ling passed by Jean Rouet's house and pushed the door in. She saw Jean Rouet holding a knife and cutting the rabbit meat. "Brother Rouet, how can you do this kind of work? Let me do it." When Jean Ling came in and saw that Lin Ray's movements were particularly slow, she strode forward and grabbed the knife in Jean Rouet's hand. Then, she began to cook for Lin Ray. Seeing this, Lin Ray didn't refuse. Seeing that Jean Ling was cooking, he sat at the side and quietly watched Jean Ling's back. There was an indescribable peace in his heart. After a long, long time, the cooked meal was placed on the broken table by Jean Ling. Seeing this scene, Jean Rouet's eyes lit up. Brother Rouet, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold." At this time, Jean Ling, who had already finished everything last night, turned her head and saw Jean Rouet's greedy expression. She couldn't help but smile. This smile made Lin Ray shift his attention from the food on the table to her face. Although this smile couldn't be considered as a devastatingly beautiful woman, it was still extremely beautiful. What's wrong with you?" When Jean Ling saw Jean Rouet staring at her, she came to Jean Rouet's side with a red face and asked softly, eat, eat." Hearing Jean Ling's voice, Jean Rouet returned to his senses and awkwardly changed the topic. He hurriedly came to the table and began to wolf down the food cooked by Jean Ling. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough. In a moment of carelessness, Jean Rouet ate too quickly and choked to the point of coughing. For a moment, his face turned red from coughing. "Brother Rouet, slow down. No one is fighting with you." When Jean Ling saw Jean Rouet's appearance, she hurriedly went to get a bowl of water and handed it to Jean Rouet. Her other hand gently patted Jean Rouet's back to help him breathe normally. "Cough. Cough, cough. That lingerer, sit down and eat. Cough. I can't finish it alone." After drinking the water, Jean Rouet felt much better and said softly to Jean Ling, "Okay." Jean Ling sat down, picked up the food that was already prepared, and ate slowly. When Jean Rouet saw this scene, he became even more infatuated. His hand that was about to reach into his mouth unconsciously stopped in the air after seeing Jin Ling's eating posture. Of course, Jin Ling, who was eating, also felt this scene. However, she did not raise her head and allowed Jin Rui to admire her. This was because this was what he had been looking forward to. How could she be so stupid as to ruin this scene? This meal was very difficult. It was as if the two of them had slowed down. After a few hours, Jin Ling raised her head and looked at Jin Rui, who was looking at her with infatuation. Then, she stood up and quickly went to Jin Rui's side. She kissed Jin Rui's face at lightning speed and quickly ran out. Jin Rui's face was very cold. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! After a long time, Jin Rui came back to his senses and recalled the scene where Jin Ling kissed him on the face before she left. For a moment, Lin Rui fell under Jin Ling's pomegranate skirt. When Jin Ling returned home, she went into her room and secretly giggled. Her face was even redder than before. She couldn't help but recall the scene where she kissed Jin Rui. I'm so embarrassed. I don't know what Brother Rui is thinking. I don't care. I'll ask him tomorrow. After thinking it through, Jin Ling lay on the bed and closed her eyes to sleep. At this moment, Jin Rui wasn't as calm as Jin Ling. At this moment, Jin Rui was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, but he couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about today's scene, and his heart burned like fire. It was unbearable. What's going on? No, I can't sleep at all. In the end, Jin Rui chose a way to vent, and that was to go deep into the mountains to hunt for tomorrow's meal. Jin Rui immediately stood up and took the long knife that he had used to hunt today. Then he set off on his hunting journey. This time, Jin Rui planned to get a bigger one and share it with all the villagers. With Jin Rui's speed, it didn't take long for him to reach the place where he hunted. However, after waiting for a long time, no prey appeared. Jin Rui could only choose to go deeper into the mountains. Not long after, he saw a white snow fox. This fox skin could be used to make a dress for Ling. Thinking of this, Lin Rui changed his mind. As the saying goes, quiet as a virgin, moving like a rabbit. Lin Rui was like the king of the forest, moving quickly. Compared to Jin Rui, one was like a son and the other was like a father. They couldn't be compared at all. A white shadow of a beast was running in front, and a human shadow was chasing behind it. Just like this, it didn't take long for Jin Rui to catch the running snow fox. He found a place with a water source and began the process of skinning the snow fox. Although Jin Rui wasn't very familiar with it, he still finished it in the end. A perfect snow-white snow fox skin appeared in Jin Rui's hands. Although the snow fox skin was stained with blood, it disappeared without a trace after being washed in water. Linger will definitely like it. Maybe she will even cook a meal for me. At this moment, Jin Rui held the washed snow fox skin in his hands and looked into the distance with a yearning expression. Awoo! 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 A wolf's howl came from the surroundings, pulling Jin Rui back to reality from his fantasy. The smile on his face disappeared as well. The old man was surrounded by a group of green eyes. Jin Rui hurriedly tightened his grip on his broadsword and defended himself. Awoo! At this time, another wolf howl was heard, as if it was an order for the wolf pack to attack. After the howl, the wolf pack, which had been motionless before, suddenly rushed towards Jin Rui in a frenzy. Damn, it seems like it's impossible to be kind today. Seeing the pack of wolves charging over, Linley smiled. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a murderous expression. If Linley's enemies were here, they would definitely recognize that this ordinary person with no cultivation at all was the god of death, Linley, who had slaughtered them all, leaving not even a chicken or a dog alive. Die for me. In an instant, Jin Rui didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards the wolf pack with a watermelon knife. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of Jin Rui slashing echoed. Everywhere Jin Rui passed by, there would be wolf corpses on the spot, blood constantly flowing out. As the saying goes, the night is dark and the wind is strong. All of you come. Today, I will take you back and let all the villagers eat meat. At this time, Jean Rouet was completely blinded by the pleasure of killing. He didn't know how to listen anymore. At this time, Jean Rouet seemed to have returned to the time when he didn't lose his memory. Oh, woo! At this time, there was a snow-white wolf standing at the highest point, issuing orders to the wolf pack. Ah, so it was you who caused trouble for me. When Jean Rouet understood everything, he directly gave up on the ordinary wolf pack below and went straight to the Wolf King at the top of the mountain to kill. Wherever Jean Rouet passed, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No ordinary wolf could withstand one move from Jean Rouet. Ah, die for me. I want to give your meat to Jean Ling, so don't struggle. Seeing the Wolf King's struggling eyes, Lin Ray smiled and then directly jumped up. 10 meters high, he arrived in front of the Wolf King in an instant. Taking advantage of the momentum, he directly plunged the watermelon knife into the Wolf King's skull. Oh, woo! The Wolf King let out a mournful cry. Not long after, the Wolf King fell unconscious. Seeing this scene, Jean Rouet carried the Wolf King over his shoulder and picked up some of the fatter wolves. Then, he walked back to the mountain village with the snow fox fur. Along the way, anyone who smelled the blood on his body would retreat. Chapter 169. She didn't know how deep Jean Rouet went into the forest. He walked from night to night and only returned to the place where he hunted rabbits last night. Phew! How deep did I go? It took me so long to get here. At this time, Jean Rouet was calculating in his heart. Later, he remembered that when he went into the mountain at night, he was empty. But now, he came back with a beast that weighed almost 1,000 pounds. Jean Rouet was relieved. Don't. Jean Rouet came to a place where he could rest. Then, he threw the beast that he carried for the whole night on the ground and sat on a stone to rest, panting. What Jean Rouet didn't know was that Jean Ling had already planned to go to his house today to ask about it. When Jean Ling came to Jean Rouet's house as promised, she found that the door was not closed. Jia! Jean Ling pushed the door open and went in. Then, she searched all the places that she could find, but she couldn't find Jean Rouet. This time, Jean Ling was anxious. Brother Rouet, where did you go? Come out. I won't dare to do it again. Please come out, okay? Boo-hoo. When Jean Ling couldn't find Jean Rouet, she sat directly at the gate and cried, apologizing to Jean Rouet. Of course, this scene was known by the whole village in an instant. After a while, all the villagers of Shui Can village came to Jean Rouet's door. The old man was crying Jean Ling. Everyone's first thought wasn't that Jean Rouet couldn't find her, but that Jean Ling might have been bullied by Jean Rouet. Seeing that Jean Ling was crying very sadly, no one went forward to stop her. They just watched Jean Ling sitting at the gate and crying. They could only sigh and feel sorry for her. Sigh. Such a good girl was bullied by an outsider just like that. What do you think this is called? Yeah, I was going to go to his house to be a matchmaker. You see now this? No. How can we let an outsider bully the people of Shui Can village? No, we have to do something. Otherwise, he will think that we are easy to bully. After everyone's discussion, they finally came to a conclusion that they had to avenge Jean Ling. They couldn't let Jean Ling be bullied. After coming to this conclusion, they all went back home and immediately took out their weapons that could kill or beat people. They hurriedly came to the entrance of the village to wait for Jean Rouet, who was pretending that he had escaped. At this time, Jean Rouet happened to be resting and carried all the dead beasts back to the village. Coincidentally, he bumped into the villagers. Hey, Anyo, look, I'll give you originally. When Lin Ray came back and saw them blocking the entrance of the village, he felt that something was wrong. This confirmed Jean Rouet's conjecture even more. Before Jean Rouet could finish speaking, he was blocked by Anyo. You beast, you still know to come back. You thought that we didn't care about your past enmity and took you in, but what about you? You actually did such an outrageous thing. Tell me, are you worthy of us? In my opinion, you might as well kill yourself so that you don't tarnish our eyes. That's right. Under Anyo's verbal attack, everyone started to roar at Lin Ray. Some people even started to hit him. Even the very young children threw stones at Jean Rouet. However, They never saw that behind Jean Rouet were the corpses of the Wolf King and many wild wolves. They also didn't see the blood on Lin Ray's body and the blood-soaked broadsword on his back. At this moment, in their eyes, Jean Rouet was still the beast in their hearts. He was the beast who had tarnished Jean Ling. Ha! Ha! Fine, fine, fine. Since that's the case, then those who had nothing to do with me before are even more unrelated now. You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. From today onwards, I, Jean Rouet, oh no, I, Lin Yu, am no longer a person of your water barrier village. I'm not familiar with you, and I won't stay in the village house anymore. At this moment, no matter how wronged Lin Ray felt, it was no longer important. It was just that the name he changed at the last minute was similar to Lin Ray's name. Perhaps it was fate. Looking at the crowd, Lin Ray could see deep disgust and contempt in everyone's eyes. This was what Lin Yu couldn't tolerate the most. Therefore, Lin Ray decided to leave. Looking at the village that had nothing to do with him, the only thing that Lin Yu couldn't let go of was Jean Ling. But now, turning around, Lin Yu's tears streaked across her eyes and fell to the ground. She reached out and carried the corpses of the Wolf King and the normal wolves on her back. Once again, she walked into the forest. This time, Lin Yu did not enter voluntarily. She was forced into it. Step by step, Lin Yu carried the Wolf King's corpse on her back. She carried the heavy body of the Wolf King and walked into the forest. At this moment, everyone realized that before Lin Yu left, she was carrying the meat on her back in her tattered clothes, as well as the dried blood on her body. Everyone was stunned. Sai, let's go back and tell Jean Ling. Tell her that we've avenged her and no one will bully her anymore. At this time, it was still Auntie Agneau who spoke. Bring this kind of person to dinner. Previously, in front of the door where Jean Rouet and Lin Yu once lived, it was still Auntie Agneau who stood up and spoke to the sobbing Jean Ling. Don't be sad. We've already taught the brat who hurt you a lesson. Now, he's in our village and will never appear in front of you again. Yes, this is your Auntie Agneau's idea. This time, we've avenged you. Yes, yes. Lin Yu, who had changed her name, was startled after hearing the words of the uncles and aunts who had watched her grow up. What's wrong with you? What did you say just now? Hurry up and tell me. What did you do just now? At this time, Jean Ling was no longer as pitiful as before. At this time, she was like a frightened mother who came out to protect her child. She roared at everyone crazily. Her face was frighteningly ferocious. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back in fear. Ha! Jean Ling, what's wrong with you? We're just avenging you. There's no need to tell us, Brother Ray. Where did Brother Rouet go? Tell us, where did he go? At this moment, after seeing Jean Ling's appearance, everyone had a premonition that they had wronged Lin Yu this time. He went deep in the forest and said that he would never come back. Also, this time, after hearing Jean Ling's words, a child told the situation at that time. But when he reached the end of the sentence, the child stopped himself. Also, what's wrong with him? Tell us, what did you say? At this moment, everyone was sure that they had indeed wronged Lin Yu. After hearing Jean Ling's words, Auntie Agneau couldn't help but finish the sentence that the child didn't finish. Also, he's not called Jean Rouet anymore. He suddenly changed his name in front of everyone and became Lin Yu. Also said that we don't owe him anything. He doesn't owe us anything. Probably won't come back in the future. With a boom, after hearing everyone's answers, Jean Ling's head seemed to explode. She was in extreme pain, and in the end, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Jean Ling, how could you? Don't scare us. Seeing that Jean Ling had fainted, everyone hurriedly carried Lin Ray back to her house and handed him over to Grandpa Jean. They also told him everything that had happened before without leaving out anything. After listening to the villagers' words, Grandpa Jean sighed slightly and said, Sigh, it seems that he won't come back in the future. At this moment, Grandpa Jean didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he came to Jean Ling's bedside and sighed. What is love? It makes people want to live and die together. It seems that Ling or has completely fallen in love with that person. After sighing, Grandpa Jean walked out of the room. Jean Ling, who was lying on the bed in a coma, couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. As for Lin Yu, who had been forced out of the forest by the crowd, she found a cave and went to find some trees to make some beds, tables, doors, and so on. After that, she stored the prey that she had hunted. Sigh. It seems that a peaceful life doesn't belong to me after all. Back then, Grandpa Jean said that I fell from the sky and my body was covered in blood. It seems that only by finding the clothes that I was wearing back then can I know what happened back then. At this time, it was already night. After Lin Ray was done with his work, he sat on the bed and silently recalled his experience on this isolated island. However, no matter how he thought about it, he always felt that there seemed to be something that was preventing him from finding out the truth of the matter. Under that barrier, he was indeed so powerless. Forget it. Let's get my things back first. With that, Lin Ray stood up and prepared to leave Shuaikin village. However, when he thought of Jean Ling, Lin Yu couldn't help but walk back. He immediately took the snow fox skin that he had hunted for Jean Ling and walked out. Originally, it wasn't very easy to travel, but for some reason, Lin Yu was always able to see the road clearly at night. Very quickly, Lin Yu snuck into Water Barrier Village, and then, based on his memories, arrived at Old Man Jin's home. Jia. The door was pushed open by Lin Yu. However, the light was still on inside. Grandpa Jean sat upright beside the light, as if he was waiting for his arrival. Hee. I knew that you would come back because you wanted to find the lost memories. In order to find the lost memories, you must find the clothes that you were wearing when you came here. Am I right? Chapter 170. Lin Yu was slightly surprised when she heard Old Man Jean speak his thoughts without missing a single word. However, this was something that Lin Yu had already thought of. You're absolutely right. Originally, I thought that I wouldn't need to recover my memories and just live here for the rest of my life. But they force you onto the path of killing again because of some small matter. You were very disappointed. You wanted to use your actions to integrate with them, but they didn't give you a chance, right? Lin Ray couldn't help but nod when he heard Old Man Jin's words. He admired him in his heart. Old Man Jin could see what he was thinking at a glance, but they sighed. All of this is because of their ignorance. They don't understand your painstaking efforts. Since that's the case, then let's go along with their wishes as soon as possible. Anyway, you don't feel very comfortable here, do you? Hee. Old Man Jin knows me well. You're right. After I woke up, I was very resistant to this feeling in my heart. Later on, I moved out, but I still couldn't escape the path I should take. Sometimes, you don't have to change your path. You just have to go with the flow. Everything else isn't important. Just be yourself. Old Man Jean stood up and took out the clothes he took off from his body from the wooden box beside him. For a moment, Lin Yu was stunned because the appearance of the clothes was completely different from what Old Man Jean had described. At this moment, Lin Ray saw that it was very extravagant. There was no trace of blood. Instead, it was quite gorgeous. This is the clothes you were wearing when you fell from a high altitude. At that time, it was indeed stained with blood. However, after a few days of listening, the blood stains disappeared bit by bit. Before I knew it, the blood stains had disappeared. Hearing Old Man Jin's words, Lin Ray nodded and then walked out of the door. Old Man Jin, you give this to Ling. Take it as a gift for taking care of me. Although the gift isn't very expensive, I did put in a lot of effort. Lin Yu stopped at the door and threw the snow fox skin to Old Man Jin. Then, she walked out without looking back. Sigh. He's also infatuated. I really don't know if I should let them be together or not. At this moment, Old Master Jean couldn't make up his mind about the snow fox skin in his hands. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Grandfather. Just when Old Master Jean couldn't make up his mind, it was as if the heavens had already made a decision for him. Come in. It just so happens that I have something to talk to you about. It just so happens that you're here now. Looking at Jean Ling at the door, Old Man Jean sat directly on the bed. Jean Ling had already arrived in front of Old Man Jean, but at this time, Jean Ling was a little weak. What's wrong, Grandpa? Jean Ling opened her mouth. Her voice was very weak. When she saw the tender look on her face, it really made people's hearts ache. Yes, here. Lin Yu asked me to give this to you just now. She said it's a gift for you to take care of him. Old Master Jean, who had already made a decision, took out the snow fox skin and handed it directly to Jean Ling. What? He was here? Hearing her grandfather's words, Jean Ling's body froze. She wanted to chase after him, but when she remembered that there was still a relative sitting in front of her, Jean Ling held back. Sigh. Go after him. Maybe he hasn't gone far yet. Since the heavens have made a decision for you, then I'm just going against the heavens by stopping him. Saying that, Old Man Jin's eyes were filled with tears. One of his hands kept chasing Jean Ling out. He didn't want his granddaughter to lose the love she should have had. Boo-hoo. I know, Grandpa. After saying that, Jean Ling knelt on the ground and bid farewell to Old Man Jean. She turned around and chased after him while shouting Lin Yu's current name. Lin Yu, wait for me. At this moment, Jean Ling didn't seem to be sick at all. She chased after Lin Yu, who had already gone far away, and kept shouting. When Lin Yu, who was walking in front, heard someone calling her name from behind, she thought it was an illusion. However, when she really heard someone calling her name, and it was the person she had been thinking about in her heart, Lin Yu turned her head and saw Jean Ling chasing after her with all her might. Suddenly, Jean Ling, who was almost in front of her, was tripped by something. When she was about to fall, Lin Yu's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He rushed forward and hugged Jean Ling in his arms. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be frozen. Both of them maintained the same position and didn't change their positions. After persisting for more than 10 minutes, Jean Ling asked Lin Yu with a blushing face. Lin Yu, are you going to hug me like this? Oh. Jean Ling's words broke the beautiful peace. At this moment, the two of them were like children who hadn't experienced the world. Why are you here? At this moment, Lin Yu finally couldn't help but ask Jean Ling. Her tone was full of worry. You're still talking about it. If it weren't for you who didn't even say a word, would I be sitting in front of your house, crying? If it weren't for me crying, the villagers wouldn't misunderstand you, and I wouldn't have fainted. All of this is for you, and now you're asking me why I'm here? After hearing Jean Ling pouring out her grievances to Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. I just went hunting. Who knew that I would cause so much trouble later on? Besides, it's just nice that I'm living in the forest. Silly. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Jean Ling walked over and held Lin Yu's hand. She walked towards the depths of the forest, but was stopped by Lin Yu. Jean Ling, you can't enter here. In here, life is death. I can't be by your side all the time, so I don't want to take this risk. Don't worry, I'm not afraid. Besides, my grandfather has already agreed. Even if I go back, he will chase me back. So, I'm already yours. As long as you don't let me down in this life, I'm not afraid of anything. After saying that, Jean Ling walked towards the depths of the forest. This time, Lin Ray didn't say anything. He walked up, held Jean Ling's hand, and brought her back to the place where he was living now. Wow, Brother Lin Yu, the place you're living now is really nice. I've never lived in a cave before. After hearing Jean Ling's words, Lin Yu, who had just walked in, fainted. He had never heard anyone say that a cave was nice. All right, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep. After saying that, Jean Ling came to the bed and began to take off her clothes. Looking at her posture, she didn't care about Lin Yu's presence at all. I'll go out first. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu said to Jean Ling and walked out. But at this moment, he was stopped by Jean Ling. Lin Yu, come back. When I came in, I already said that I'm already yours when I left the Jean family. What do you want me to do if you do this? After saying that, Jean Ling walked behind Lin Yu and gently hugged his waist. She said softly to Lin Ray, Lin Yu, take me. Let me be your wife. I want to wait for you to come back from hunting every day. I want to serve you. I want to wait at home every day for you to come back for dinner. Whoa. Just when Jean Ling was talking enthusiastically, Lin Yu turned around and blocked Jean Ling's mouth with his. 5 minutes later, when both of them were almost out of breath, Lin Yu finally parted his lips reluctantly. Jean Ling, don't worry. In the future, I'll treat you well. You're the woman that I, Lin Yu, love the most in my life. I'll definitely not make you sad, not make you unhappy, and not let you suffer any grievances. After saying that, Lin Yu carried Jean Ling up in a princess carry. He slowly walked to the wooden bed and gently placed Jean Ling on the bed. At this moment, Jean Ling's blushing cheeks were like a red apple, making people want to take a bite out of it. Lin Yu, you have to be gentler. I will. After hearing Jean Ling's words, Lin Yu began to live a life that was worth 1,000 gold. The night passed slowly. In the latter half of the night, it started to drizzle, as if to congratulate Lin Yu on his good deed. The rain only stopped in the morning. At this moment, Lin Yu and Jean Ling were lying on the bed. Lin Ray cut off the snow wolf skin and used it as a blanket. At this moment, it was covering Lin Yu's brother, Jean Ling. Hee, are you hungry? Why don't I get up and cook for you? At this moment, Jean Ling, who was lying beside Lin Yu, looked at the man that she would never forget for the rest of her life and got up to prepare breakfast for him. Don't lie down for a while more. Anyway, I killed the Wolf King. Its meat is enough for us to eat for a while. Oh, got it. Just like that, the two of them lay down until the afternoon. Only then did Lin Yu put on his clothes. Of course, Jean Ling also put on her clothes and went to cook for Lin Yu. Hee. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu seemed to have a sense of home in his heart. After a slight smile, he walked out. After finding some wild fruits around his residence, he returned to his residence. At this moment, Jean Ling had already finished cooking and was standing at the door waiting for her husband to come back to eat. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu's heart that wanted to regain his memories completely calmed down. He felt that this was what he really wanted. Ling? It just finished raining outside. Besides, it's colder in the mountains than outside. Don't wait here in the future. Looking at his newlywed wife who was rubbing her hands and waiting for him to come back in the rain, Lin Yu's heart ached. At this moment, he came to her side and took off his clothes. Then, he put on her body to warm her up. Chapter 171. I know. I'll wear more clothes in the future and wait for you outside. Okay. Looking at the clothes on her body, Jean Ling's eyes were filled with tenderness as she spoke to Lin Yu. Let's go. Look, I went around to pick some fruits for you. This way, you won't get sick of eating meat. As he spoke, Lin Yu hugged Jean Ling and returned to the cave. After entering, Lin Yu smelled waves of fragrance. On the table, Jean Ling had already placed the rice on the table and was waiting for him to return. Sorry, I won't make you wait in the future. As long as it's time to eat, I'll be back on time. Drenching the table, Lin Yu hurriedly sat down and ate big chunks. This meal could be said to be the best meal Lin Yu had in his life. After the meal, Lin Ray walked out again. When he returned, he had a few more animal skins in his hand. Ling, you'll have to work harder later and make more clothes for yourself. I know I can't stop you from waiting for me outside. The only thing I can do is to try my best not to let you catch a cold. As he spoke, Lin Ray passed the animal skins to Jean Ling and directly fell asleep on the bed. When Jean Ling saw this scene, her face revealed a blissful smile. Then, she helped Lin Yu take off his shoes and covered him with a thick snow wolf skin. Then, she began to sew the clothes. Lin Yu slept for a long time and only woke up the next morning. When she saw that Jean Ling was lying beside her without a blanket, she felt her heart ache. Silly girl, you don't know how to wake me up. Sleeping here like this, aren't you afraid that my heart will ache? Lin Yu took off the snow wolf skin on his body and covered Jean Ling's body. After that, he personally went to cook for her. What's that smell? After an unknown amount of time, Jean Ling woke up. However, she did not wake up naturally. Instead, she was smelled by a piece of meat that was not very fragrant, but looked very delicious. It was placed in front of her, and her husband was removing the fat on the meat for her. You're awake? Then come and eat. As she spoke, Lin Yu came to Jean Ling's side and reached out to carry her to the dining table. Then, she personally fed her. Husband, you should eat too. This isn't your job anyway. I'll do it myself. Looking at her husband feeding her, Jean Ling felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Just like that, the cycle repeated itself. Every day, he would leave early and return late. Occasionally, he would flirt with Jean Ling. 3 months later, on this day, Jean Ling suddenly appeared behind Lin Yu and hugged her. "Husband, do you know? Today is the happiest day of my life. I want to share it with you." "Oh, what could make you more excited than seeing me?" Hearing Lin Yu's teasing, Jean Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Yu and let her experience it herself. "I'm pregnant." "What?" Because Jean Ling's voice was very soft, Lin Yu didn't hear it clearly and asked again. "I said I'm pregnant." This time, Lin Ray heard it clearly. When he heard that he had a child, his heart was incomparably excited. Then, he hugged Jean Ling and spun around on the spot. His mouth couldn't help but look up to the sky and howl. "Ha ha, I have a son. I'm going to be a father. I have a son." Looking at her husband's happy expression when he heard that she was pregnant, Jean Ling was very happy. "All right, Ling these few days, I will give you some food for pregnant women. Also, try not to walk around. If you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. In short, during this period of time, you must eat well and wear warm clothes. Try not to go out. Oh no, don't go out to wait for me. Okay? You're not alone now. We have a child now." Seeing her husband so nervous, Jean Ling couldn't help but smile because this was the first time she saw her husband so nervous. "All right, lie down for a while. I'll go out first. Don't cook. Although I'm not as good at cooking as you are, before you give birth to the child, I will take care of everything in the house, including cooking." Lin Ray didn't listen to Jean Ling's rebuttal and walked out. Before he went out, he locked the door and scattered some repellent on the door. This time, Lin Ray went to a place where there were no beasts and not in the mountains. Now that Jean Ling was pregnant, it wouldn't be good for her to live in the mountains. So, Lin Ray prepared to build a house in that place. Just like that, Lin Yu left early and returned late every day. Every time before he went out, he would make a lot of delicious food for Jean Ling and pick some fresh fruits from the surroundings. Just like that, day after day passed. Jean Ling's belly grew bigger day by day. The house that Lin Yu built outside was finally completed today after 5 months. Looking at the house in front of her, which she had spent 5 months building, Lin Yu was quite satisfied. There was a table, chairs, a place to cook, and even a bed. Lin Yu had built a big bed. There were all kinds of furs on it. Ha ha! I wonder if Jean Ling will be surprised when she sees this house. Saying that, Lin Yu returned home. After walking for a few kilometers with Jean Ling in his arms, he arrived at the place that he was going to live in. But along the way, Lin Yu covered Jean Ling's eyes with a piece of cloth, so Jean Ling was completely unaware of the situation. "Ling, I'm going to show you the place that your husband has worked hard to build for the past few months. I'm sure you'll like it." Saying that, Lin Yu placed Jean Ling on the ground. After he removed the cloth, Jean Ling's shriek echoed far away. "Ah, hubby, this is the home that you've worked hard to build for the past 5 months?" At this moment, Jean Ling was so touched that tears rolled down her cheeks. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu quickly stopped Jean Ling. "Linger, you can't cry now. Besides, you can't be too agitated. If not, it won't be good for the fetus." "Yes, I know. I just feel bad for hubby. I feel bad that you've been leaving early and returning late every day for the past 5 months. Saying that, Jean Ling snuggled into Lin Yu's embrace and stared at Lin Yu lovingly, as though she wasn't willing to shift her gaze away for even a moment. "Haha, all right. Actually, I found this place long ago. But back then, I wanted to let you stay here after you're pregnant. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Sigh, I didn't think it through enough. Hubby, thank you. I have no other wishes to be your woman in this life." Just like this, Lin Ray brought Jean Ling to stay here. Every day, Lin Yu would go out to hunt and return to help Jean Ling cook. However, Jean Ling's habit of waiting for Lin Yu couldn't be changed. If she didn't wait at the door every day, perhaps she would feel uncomfortable all over. A few months later. "Ah, no, I can't, hubby. It hurts so much." Lin Yu thought that Jean Ling wouldn't give birth today, but he didn't expect that she would suddenly say that she was about to give birth. However, There wasn't a midwife by her side. In the end, Lin Yu had no choice but to do it himself. Ling do your best. Do your best. Let's work harder, and our child will be born. Let's work harder. At this moment, Lin Yu was heartbroken. He wished that he was the one lying on the bed instead of Jean Ling. He didn't want Jean Ling to suffer like this, but it was impossible. Hubby, I'm in so much pain. Hubby, Time passed slowly. Finally, under Jean Ling's efforts, the child was born. Wah, wah, wah. In an instant, a baby's cries sounded from the room. At this moment, Jean Ling, who had just given birth, perhaps due to exhaustion, after giving birth, she fell into a deep sleep. Sigh, Ling, it's been hard on you. You actually gave birth to a son for me. After the child was born, Lin Rui knew that Jean Ling gave birth to a boy. Lin Yu decided to let the child follow his mother's surname. Child, from now on, you shall be called Jinan. As your father, I don't expect you to be successful. As long as you can repay your mother for the pain she went through when she gave birth to you, that will be enough. As he spoke, Lin Yu placed the child on Jean Ling's body. Then, he cleaned up the mess. Instantly, the room looked brand new. Lin Li went outside to cook for the sleeping Jean Ling. It wasn't until the next morning that Jean Ling woke up from her deep sleep. However, as soon as she woke up, she wanted to see the child. However, Lin Yu felt that they should eat first. In the end, he couldn't persuade Jean Ling and could only agree. Looking at the child in her arms, the crystallization of love between her and the person she loved, Jean Ling smiled. She smiled very happily. Husband, have you given the child a name yet? Hee, I've already named him. Looking at Jean Ling's appearance, Lin Rui couldn't help but say the child's name. I named him Jinan. What? Jinan? No, husband. How can he take my surname? No, you can't do that. When she heard that her husband had named the child, she resisted for a moment. Although Jean Ling was a little happy when she heard the name, she refused to let Lin Yu use the name no matter what. Stop fighting, Ling-er. I called him Jinan because I saw the pain you went through when you were giving birth to him. I want him to remember the pain you went through when he grew up. I don't want him to forget how difficult it was for you to give birth to him. So, Ling-er, listen to me now. After saying that, Lin Yu took the child and placed the hot food in front of Jean Ling to let her eat. Husband, why don't you let me see the child again? I still want to see him. Chapter 172. If you continue to be like this, I'll be angry. Just do as I said. Eat first. It's not like you can't see the child after that. When the child is out of confinement, we'll take him back to see your grandfather and let your grandfather know that you're now a mother. Besides, you haven't been back in the past year. I miss Grandpa too. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Jean Ling's eyes showed a sad look. This scene made Lin Yu couldn't help but walk to Jean Ling's side, hug her, and comfort her. It's okay. When you're out of confinement, we'll go. If you want, you can live there in the future. Besides, this place is quite close to Shuaikin village. I'll listen to my husband. Whatever you say. As she spoke, Jean Ling picked up the rice that Lin Yu brought over and began to eat. Although she had not eaten for a day, when she was eating, she was still so slow and graceful. Time was a law that couldn't be grasped or touched. Days passed. Soon, it had been more than 100 days since Jean Ling gave birth. Gina could also call his father and mother. This made Lin Yu and Jean Ling happy, especially Lin Yu, who now had to cook for Jean Ling and play with Jean In every day. Her life was full every day. When she had nothing to do, she would go out to hunt. When she hunted, she would hunt nearly 100 pounds of meat and wild fruits. Jean Ling and Jean In were full every day. As for Jean Ling, she originally thought that after she gave birth, she could cook for her husband and child. She didn't expect that things were completely different from what she imagined. After giving birth, Lin Yu became even worse. When she had a child, although she could only sit on the bed, she could still do some work. Now, Lin Yu didn't let her have a good time. She would even cook different dishes for her every meal. In this year, Lin Yu's cooking skills were completely developed. Every day, there would be meat in the pot. This made Jean Ling almost want to escape from Lin Yu's clutches after giving birth. But in the end, they could only compromise. Husband, are you done yet? Aren't we just going to visit Grandpa? Is there need to dress up like that? At this time, Jean had been 100 days old. Originally, they had agreed to visit him after the confinement, but later, Jean Ling was afraid that Jean would catch a cold, so she delayed it until today. Jean Ling, who was originally anxious in her heart, sent this message, but Lin Yu specially ran to the room to wear a new set of clothes that she had never worn before. This made Jean Ling completely helpless. Time passed bit by bit, but Lin Yu still hadn't come out. Now, Jean Ling and Jean In, who were waiting outside the door, immediately shouted into the room. Mother, what is father doing inside? Didn't you say you were going to visit a relative? At this moment, Jean In, who was in Jean Ling's arms, hurriedly asked his mother, Jean Ling, when he saw how troubled his father was. It's your father. He's usually not such a wishy-washy person. But now that he's going to see Grandpa, he's so slow. Really? Aya, isn't it better now? In the past, that was because I wasn't your husband yet. Now it's different. He's also my grandfather, and it's the first time we're meeting after I married you. Tell me, can I not be more formal? While Jean Ling was complaining, Lin Yu walked out of the room. She was wearing clothes made of bear fur, and she was holding the dried meat from her family. Seeing this, Jean Ling's heart warmed, and tears welled up in her eyes. Aya, we're already an old married couple. Don't be so pretentious, right? Aren't you anxious? As she spoke, Lin Yu went forward and grabbed Jean In, then quickly walked toward Shuaikan village. At this moment, Jean Ling's heart was very emotional. Since she left at least a year ago, she hadn't returned until now. The feelings of homesickness in her heart completely exploded at this moment. After all, Shuaikan village was her home for more than 10 years. The two of them chatted on the road as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Shuaikan village. Hoo, what's wrong? We're already at the entrance. Why did you stop now? Lin Yu, who had arrived at the entrance of the village, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She was very nervous. Although she had met the so-called Old Master Jean before, she didn't go with this identity at that time. When Jean Ling, who was in front, saw her husband stop in his tracks, she turned her head and asked with a smile. Ahem, it's nothing. Let's go. After calming himself down, he carried Jean In and followed Jean Ling back to the home that Jean Ling had lived in for more than 10 years. At the same time, it was also the place where he recuperated. Jia. The door was gently pushed open by Jean Ling. She walked in excitedly, but what she saw was a scene that Jean Ling didn't want to see in her life. After Jean Ling entered, what she saw was not the scene of an old man sunbathing in the courtyard. This place was like a house that no one had lived in before. In this place, other than weeds, there was endless dust. There was no sign of life at all. No. No. This is definitely not my home. I must have remembered wrongly. Seeing this, Jean Ling couldn't bear the blow in her heart. She found all kinds of reasons that she didn't believe to numb herself. As she spoke, Jean Ling walked out and then came back in. The final result was the same. How? How could it be? Where did grandfather go? Where did grandfather go? At this moment, Jean Ling held her head sadly and collapsed on the ground in pain. Her body couldn't help but tremble. This made Lin Yu, who was beside her, feel very distressed. Father, what happened to mother? At this moment, Jean In, who was in Lin Yu's arms, turned his head and asked Lin Yu after seeing his mother's appearance. No, nothing. It's just that a relative left your mother and also left our inn. As she spoke, Lin Yu put Jean In on the ground and then came to Jean Ling, who was hugging her head and crying bitterly. She held her in her arms and said in a heavy tone, Ling, restrain your grief. Everyone will die one day. If grandfather can't escape, neither can you and I. When the time comes, even a strong and healthy person like me might lose my life if I'm not careful. I'm one of the biggest obstacles in life. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't know how to show concern for his wife, so he could only tell her his opinion. Although he knew that it wouldn't work, at least he tried his best. Boo-hoo, hubby, I thought that grandfather would live a long life. But now everything is gone. Everything is gone. Woo. Jean Ling cried for a long time. In the end, there were no more tears. She didn't even make a sound, not sure if she was tired from crying or if she had thought it through. Jean Ling? Just as the two of them were sad, a voice sounded from outside the door. Both of them lifted their heads and looked at the door at the same time. It's really you, Jean Ling. Why are you only back now? Your grandfather has been waiting for you to come back for the past year. But after knowing that you might not be able to come back, he left you a letter and left. I don't know where he went exactly. At this moment, a young man walked in. After Lin Yu saw him, he recognized the young man at a glance. He was the one who leaned on the wall and threatened him. What? My grandfather left? Where'd he go? At this moment, Jean Ling, who was sitting on the ground, felt a lot better after hearing that her grandfather might not be dead. But when she thought about how her grandfather didn't know anyone on this island except for her, who was his family, where could he have gone? By the way, little Meng, you said that my grandfather left me a letter? Where is it? Get to me quickly. Oh, wait here. I'll go back and get it for you. Upon hearing Jean Ling's words, the young man called Little Meng hurried to buy noodles. After a while, he returned with a letter in his hand. Here, this is what old Master Jean gave you. We didn't dare to look at it. Well, thank you. Seeing the letter handed over, Jean Ling thanked him and took it in her hand to read it. In the future, live a good life with Lin Yu. I want to see you. He treats you very well. I'm very relieved. Also, Lin Yu's background must be very strong, so he might have other wives in the future. At that time, don't lose a man who treats you so well because of jealousy. I have high hopes for him. She finished reading the letter quickly, except for the words of not being jealous. The rest were words of concern for her family. Alas, forget it. Since Grandpa doesn't want me to look for him, then I'll follow his words. Well, since there's nothing here for you to worry about, let's go. After that, there's nothing to see here. At this moment, Lin Yu came to Jean Ling's side. After picking up Jean In, he said to Jean Ling and walked outside. Well, you're right. Just like that, the three of them returned to the mountains and never returned to Shui Can Village again. For years passed. In these 4 years, Jean Ling taught Jean In all the things that old Master Jean taught her. Similarly, Lin Yu also taught Jean In his ability to kill wild beasts in the forest and let him exercise every day. According to the current Jean In, he could already kill a wolf. Lin Yu had matured a lot and had grown taller. Jean Ling hadn't changed much either. Lin Yu helped her pick wild fruits in the forest every day. In the past few years, Jean Ling hadn't changed at all. Other than her body becoming more plump, she still looked the same. The one who had changed the most was Jean In. Jean In was now 5 years old. He had delicate features and a pair of lively eyes. He looked very smart and elegant. This made Lin Yu very proud. As for the matter of amnesia, Lin Yu almost forgot that he was a person with amnesia. He didn't write about his wife and son every day. He didn't think about anything else. Chapter 173. Father, I'm going fishing by the seaside. Where are you going? Just as Lin Yu was sitting on a rock and reminiscing about the past 5 years, Jean In walked up and asked Lin Yu, What's the matter? Seaside? Hearing her son's words, Lin Yu's brows furrowed, then relaxed. She smiled, her eyes filled with doting as she said to him, Go ahead. I won't be going. Oh, okay, I'll go then. After hearing his father agree to his request, he turned around with a smile and skipped towards the direction of the sea. However, he was stopped by Lin Yu at the last moment. Remember to protect yourself. Do you still remember what I taught you about how to avoid the pursuit of wild beasts? Remember, if you encounter any danger, run away quickly. Also, remember to come back for dinner when it's time. Otherwise, you know how powerful your mother is. I don't have the right to speak at home. If you don't come back, I will. Husband, what are you talking about? The child is still so young. Don't teach him such bad things. Okay. Since you want to go to the seaside, I'll go with you. For what I said just now, let your father cook a meal and send it to the seaside for both of us as punishment. Okay? The sudden voice made Lin Yu feel as if he had caught the adulterer in the act. When he heard Jean Ling's words, Lin Yu could only smile. Okay. It's my honor to be able to serve both of you. But you must be careful at the seaside. It's not safe for the next 2 days. If there's anything, remember to run away quickly. Don't rush up stupidly, okay? Okay, I know, husband, father. Looking at Lin Yu's worried look, Jean Ling felt warm in her heart. In her heart, Lin Yu had always been like this and had never changed. Okay, both of you go. I'll get something new for both of you. It's been so many years. I can't let both of you eat the same beast meat. After saying that, Lin Yu took the basket and walked into the depths of the forest. Jean Ling and Jean In looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned around and walked towards the seaside. Over the years, there had been a group of black-robed men on the edge of the Sea of Innocence. They seemed to be searching for something. At first, there were only a dozen of them, but now there were 50 or 60 of them. Not only that, there were only 50 or so people left in the group, which originally had more than 100 people. Swimming in the Sea of Innocence was no laughing matter. Every time they reached an island, there would be one less person among them. In the past 6 years, they had almost gotten used to this kind of thing. At this moment, the group of black-clothed men wandering the Sea of Innocence looked at the island in front of them in despair. Their hearts were filled with despair. One of the black-clothed men said to everyone in grief and indignation, "Brothers, we still have to continue searching. It's already been 6 years. If the sect leader is still alive, wouldn't he have returned long ago? From the edge of the Sea of Innocence until now, we had more than 100 brothers and sisters. Look at how many of us are left." At this moment, the black-clothed man roared at everyone present with an agitated expression. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was incomparably ferocious. Shut up. I believe that the sect leader isn't dead. Have you all forgotten that we are all indebted to the sect leader? Otherwise, who do you think you are right now? Perhaps you would have died long ago. So, no matter what, even if everyone here dies, even if all of us die, we can't give up the search. Besides, there's only one island left in the Sea of Innocence. If we still can't find it, Leader, although you're right, do you think that the sect leader would be in the depths of the Sea of Innocence if there aren't any of the hundreds of islands before us? Besides, you said that the sect leader might be seriously injured. Maybe. At this point, everyone fell silent. They all knew that for the past few years, only their leader, the leader of the Dark Tribe, had persisted. They were only obeying their leader's orders. All right, stop complaining. The situation in the Tianxin continent is very tense. After the sect leader disappeared and the Xuanzong sect reappeared, there have been many problems. Our Xuanzong sect is no longer what it used to be. 6 years ago, there were only a few thousand cultivators at the combination realm and above. Now, the Xuanzong sect is the #1 sect in the Tianxin continent. Hearing the leader of the Dark Tribe's words, everyone's eyes shone with pride. They were all proud to have such a sect. Although they were far away in the sea, they still had contact with the sects on the continent. But there are still some problems. For example, the Red Lotus Empress. Although she is in the Earth Immortal realm, she was still defeated by the sect leader. If we had known that she would be a problem for the sect, we would have killed her even if the sect leader didn't want to. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Only the Black Dragon Protector is a match for her. As for the others, all right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's hurry up and search the last island. Then we'll head back to the sect. Although it was a little difficult to enter the Sea of Innocence, everyone here has reached the Mahayana realm. Those small fries are no longer our match. All right, we'll listen to the leader. After searching the last island, we'll follow the leader back to the sect. When the time comes, we'll show off our skills. After everyone heard the leader's words, a smile appeared on their faces. They were no longer as lifeless as before. Seeing this scene, the leader of the Dark Group also smiled. The Xuanzong sect mentioned by the leader of the Dark Tribe had been developing rapidly in the past few years. Originally, there were only a few thousand cultivators at the combination realm and above. But now they had continuously expanded and appeared on the continent. Everyone was surprised that such a powerful sect had never appeared in the Tianxin continent. In their minds, The Xuanzong sect had long surpassed the entire Tianxin continent. It had even won over all the cultivators in the Tianxin continent. Moreover, it was the sect leader of the Xuanzong sect. Everyone was curious about who this mysterious sect leader was. Who on earth could be the owner of such a powerful sect? In the past few years, apart from the frequent attacks from the Tianxin continent, no one had dared to do anything to the disciples of the Xuanzong sect. Of course, apart from Red Lotus had also captured many disciples of the Xuanzong sect and tortured them. She had even used the soul-searching technique on them, but to no avail. When Red Lotus was about to use the soul-searching technique on them, Red Lotus had already sealed everything related to the Xuanzong sect. Of course, in the end, when the Xuanzong sect launched an attack, Red Lotus would release the captured Xuanzong sect disciples. As for the disciples of the Xuanzong sect, the sect leader whom the entire Xuanzong sect had been searching for 5 or 6 years, at this moment, he was on an island in the deepest part of the Sea of Innocence, cooking for his wife and child with a happy smile on his face. He did not know that the disciples of the sect had either died or been injured in order to find him, the sect leader who had been missing for 5 or 6 years. Haha, it's finally done. I believe this thing should be able to let Ling, and In try something new. As he spoke, Lin Yu found a wooden basin, filled it with food, and headed to the seaside to deliver it to Jean Ling, who was fishing. Along the way, Lin Yu thought of Jean Ling's happy expression as she ate and Jean Un's worshipful gaze, but he did not expect that Jean Ling had already been hurt. Don't look back. I believe your father is already on his way. Tell him that I love him very much. Remember, don't come out. Wait for me to lure that monster away before you go out. Okay? After Jean Ling finished speaking, she did not wait for Jean to speak. She directly rushed out and rushed towards the forest on the other side. After that, a fish-type demonic beast came to land and transformed into a human form. It chased after Jean Ling with a perverted look. Seeing this scene, Jean followed his mother's instructions. After luring the monster away, he turned around and ran in the direction of his home. At this moment, he was running very fast. He believed that Lin Yu would be surprised if she saw this. A 5-year-old child's running speed was almost faster than an adult. Not long after, Jean saw Lin Yu walking towards him with a smile on her face. Jean immediately ran up and stopped Lin Yu. Jean, why are you here? Where's your mother? I've already finished cooking. Father, mother, she encountered a monster and lured her away, allowing me to rush out. Sometimes, mother would tell me to tell you not to go over. You won't be able to defeat that monster. Mother also said that she loves you very much. Whether it's in this life or the next life, she will continue to love you. Boom. After hearing her son's words, Lin Yu's mind went blank. She never thought that she would encounter such a situation. Father? Father, what happened to you? At this moment, Jean, who was standing in front of Lin Yu, saw his father's appearance and was very scared. Because at this moment, Lin Yu's face had revealed a sinister look. His eyes were red as he looked into the distance. Tell me, which direction did your mother go? A voice that seemed to come from the netherworld came out from Lin Yu's mouth. The surrounding temperature also dropped because of his words. Father, mother said not to. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Jean revealed a difficult expression. Hurry up and tell me. Your mother. Which direction did she go? This time, Lin Yu didn't speak to Jean in a gentle tone like before. Instead, Lin Yu was like a wild beast that had gone berserk as he roared at his own son without any regard for his own family. Chapter 174. Looking at his father, Jean was shocked by his father's roar. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Mother! Mother is running in that direction. When Jean pointed in that direction, he felt a gust of wind blowing from the side. In an instant, he saw a black shadow flash by and disappear in front of him. When Jean came back to his senses, Lin Yu was already gone. Seeing this, Jean's mouth opened wide. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at the place where his father disappeared. However, he did not chase after him. Instead, he He followed Jinling's instructions and walked towards his home. At this moment, in the forest, a figure was moving up and down. His speed was off the charts. It was as if he was not in the forest, but running in a place with no obstacles. Linger, nothing must happen to you. I said that I would protect you for the rest of my life. Nothing must happen to you. This person was none other than Linley, who was almost angered to death by his son's weakness. He was also driven mad by Jinling's words. When he heard that his wife had let his son escape alone in order to lure away the monster, Linyu exploded. At this moment, there was only one thought in Linyu's mind. It did not matter if the other party was a human, a monster, or a beast. As long as they touched Jinling's wife, he would disregard his own life and fight to the death with them. No matter what the outcome was, even if he died, it did not matter. As long as it could give Jinling a chance to live, Linyu would do it. At this moment, in another direction, after Jinling lured the monster away, she kept running forward. When she reached the edge of a cliff, Jinling stopped. At this moment, Jinling was already prepared to die. Turning around and looking in the direction of her home, Jinling's eyes flashed with tenderness. She muttered to herself, "Husband, Linger can't accompany you in this life. In the next life, I still want to be your wife. Gina will be taken care of by you." After saying that, the tenderness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by determination and despair. She turned around and jumped off the cliff in front of her. In the air, Jinling was still thinking about Linyu. Jinling, who originally thought that she was going to die, was stopped in midair by an extraordinary force. She looked up and saw that the man who had been chasing her had appeared at the edge of the cliff. He was looking at her with a lewd smile, which made Jinling feel disgusted. If you want to die, do you think that's possible? How can I let a human woman die so easily? Get up here. The moment the man finished speaking, the golden bell that was suspended in midair slowly rose upwards. Finally, the golden bell returned to the edge of the world. Although you're not that good-looking, at the very least, you're much better than the fishes and shrimps in the water. Although you're not a virgin, you're still a beauty. Give up. I won't let you have your way. Even if I die, although I don't know who you are, I know that even if I want to die, you won't be able to stop me. The man standing in front of her smiled disdainfully after hearing Jinling's words. Then you might not know that as a Mahayana realm cultivator, not to mention controlling you, I can even solve a matter of life and death. Do you think you can die? Don't come over. After hearing the man's words, Jinling didn't believe him at first. However, after seeing the man's disdainful expression, she completely believed him. She began to believe that the man had this ability. A loud slap came from Jinling's face. Jinling's face was red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Let me tell you, there are many women who want to be with me, but there aren't many who can catch my eye. However, you're one of them. So, seeing this scene, Jinling knew that she couldn't escape today. However, Jinling, who was prepared to die, had no use now. Well, it seems that your lover isn't obedient. Just as the man was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the man knew that this figure must be the lover of the woman under him. What? Husband? Hearing the man's words, Jinling was dumbfounded. She remembered telling Jin not to come. At this moment, Jinling was nervous and excited. After seeing the man's means, Jinling knew that her husband was no match for the man in front of her. He couldn't even block one move from a man. No, you can't kill him. I beg you, please don't hurt him. As long as you don't hurt him, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll listen to you. Saying this, the tears in Jinling's eyes flowed out at this moment. Her eyes were staring forward. She was afraid that Linyu would appear, but at the same time, she didn't want Linyu to appear. Oh no. Isn't it more fun now? Don't you want to see how your lover will feel when I humiliate you in front of him? At this moment, the man was full of excitement. Then, he stood up from Jinling's body and went to the side to wait for Linyu to appear. How could this be? At this moment, After hearing the man's words, Jinling's eyes were filled with despair. She didn't expect the man to have such a plan. Sure enough, after a while, the figure that Jinling didn't want to appeared. At this moment, Lin Yu hurried over. When she saw the man lying on the ground with a red palm print on his face, a trace of madness flashed in her eyes. She rushed towards the man and roared, "How? How can you treat her like this? When she married me, I swore that if anyone dared to lay a finger on her, I would let him die without a burial ground. Now, you treat her like this. You can't be forgiven. Go to hell." Seeing Lin Yu rushing over, the man stood up slowly and said to Lin Yu, "Is that so? But not only do I want to do this, I want you to watch me and your wife enter the bridal chamber." As he spoke, the man raised his hand and a ray of spiritual energy rushed out and shot towards Lin Yu. Bang! The spiritual energy collided with Lin Yu. In an instant, Lin Yu was sent flying by the spiritual energy. "Oh, with such little strength, you dare to clamor with me? Today, I will let you know what it means to be a strong person." Seeing that Lin Yu was in such a sorry state, the man stepped forward and kicked Lin Yu's body. How could Lin Yu withstand the torture of a Mahayana realm cultivator? After a while, Lin Yu's body became a bloody mess and blood flowed out continuously. "No, don't hit him anymore. Don't hit him anymore. I will do anything you want me to do as long as you let him go. I beg you." Seeing this scene, Jinling's heart was filled with pain. She begged the man for mercy and slowly began to take off her clothes. "Ha, good. As long as you submit to me today, I will let you, a former man, live for a few more days." Seeing this scene, the man was overjoyed. This was the result he wanted. However, the one who suffered the most was Lin Yu, who was lying on the ground and being beaten to a bloody mess by the man and whose life was hanging by a thread. "No, don't. Linger, don't. Even if I die, I will not let him touch you. Do you want my death to be worthless? Don't." Instantly, Lin Yu, who was lying on the ground, saw that his wife was willing to be humiliated by this man for him. Seeing this scene, Lin Rei went completely crazy and roared at Jinling, But you will die. I don't want you to die. I want you. I'm really fine. As long as you are alive, I will be satisfied." At this moment, Jinling, who was taking off her clothes, heard Lin Yu's words and stopped what she was doing. "Ha! Ha! It doesn't matter anymore. As long as you don't wrong yourself, I am willing to die. Aha! Fine, fine. Since you have chosen death, I shall fulfill your wish." Looking at the two of them, the woman was completely infuriated. She raised her hand and punched Lin Yu's head. She wanted to destroy Lin Yu's body. "Don't!" Ah! Seeing this scene, Jinling, who was lying on the ground, turned pale instantly. Her body trembled in fear, and she screamed at the man. Bam! Gotcha! The man's fist landed on Lin Yu's head, but he didn't see the situation he wanted. Instead, he heard an unknown cracking sound. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Yu's body. In an instant, the man was suppressed to the ground. What? How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he have such a powerful aura? Isn't he an ordinary person? At this moment, the man who was suppressed to the ground by Lin Yu's aura had a trace of disbelief in his eyes. After the initial shock, he couldn't stop muttering the word unbelievable. On the other hand, Jinling, who was beside him, was even more astonished. She had seen the man's abilities, but this was the first time she saw her husband in such a situation. "Husband, are you all right?" At this moment, Jinling stood up with difficulty and went to Lin Yu's side and called out softly. But after a long time, Lin Rei didn't make any sound. He was still alive and still lying on the ground. She didn't know if he was dead or alive. But the next scene shocked Jinling. She saw that the flesh and blood that was kicked by the man was slowly recovering. Looking at this scene, Jinling's mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with astonishment. However, after the dark group arrived on this island and felt the aura, they became excited. The leader of the dark group shouted excitedly, Yes, this is the sect leader's aura. This is the sect leader's aura. Finally, we found him. Chapter 175. After the excitement, the leader of the Dark Tribe said to his men behind him, "All of you, follow me to the place where the pressure is emitted. Our Xuanzong Sect's leader has been found." Finally. Quick, leader, let's go quickly. With that, the members of the Dark Tribe flew towards the place where the pressure was emitted. Along the way, everyone was very confused. Why was the leader in this place and not in the sect? However, they didn't know that it wasn't that Lin Ray didn't want to go back, but that all his memories and strength were sealed by his companion's final sealing technique. Even his physical strength was sealed. At this time, Lin Ray, after being hit by the man, accidentally broke that layer of seal. Lin Ray then remembered everything, but Lin Ray still can't wake up at this time. "Hee host, how have you been these past few years?" At this time, Lin Ray had been summoned into the system space by the little dragon. When he heard the little dragon's voice, Lin Ray quickly straightened his body and saw the little dragon sitting in the air, looking at him with a smile. "Well, what's going on? I know I've been sealed, but how could his facade have the ability to seal the system? That's impossible." At this time, Lin Ray turned around and asked the little dragon in the air, puzzled. His tone was full of disbelief. It's nothing. You also know that the system has now merged with you. Since your memories and strength have been sealed as a part of your body, of course, it is no exception. Of course, after a few years, although the system woke up, it didn't disturb you when it felt that you were comprehending the Tao of life. If that idiot hadn't accidentally opened your seal this time, you would have continued to live like this until you completely comprehended it. Damn, what do you mean, do you know? I almost died, and Ling was almost humiliated. In short, I don't want something like this to happen again. At this moment, Lin Ray knew that he had been tricked by the system. For a moment, he felt very unhappy. "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. All right, how did you wake up?" "I remember the system told me to cultivate as much as possible within 5 years, and then wake you up. However, during these 5 years, I didn't cultivate at all." "How did you?" "Yes, you're right. It was like that at first, but due to various reasons, I recovered. After I woke up, I saw the life you were living and saw your happy smile. I didn't want to disturb your peace because I know that such a life is a luxury for someone like you who has a system." Upon hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray gave him a look of gratitude. Instantly, the little dragon shuddered and said to Lin Ray with a look of disgust, Please don't, I'm disgusted." "Ha." The two of them laughed happily, and there was a kind of sympathy in their eyes. "All right, hurry up and get out. After everything is settled, go back to your original home. I guess everyone in the Tianxian continent is now your Xuanzong Sect's people. Yeah, all right, I'm going out. Come out more often in the future." Lin Ray smiled and understood the meaning of the little dragon's words. He had been missing for 6 years, and the sect had probably sent out all their forces to find him. Thinking of this, Lin Ray became anxious. Lin Ray came out of the space and returned to reality. He opened his eyes and felt the pain on his body. He thought that it was caused by the man just now. Husband, you're awake." Jean Ling, who had been waiting by the side, saw that Lin Yu had woken up and asked, "Yes, I'm awake. This time, I will make those who bullied you, including his entire family, die with you. Also, I've recovered my memory. I'm not Lin Ray, I'm Lin Ray." Hearing Lin Ray's words, Jean Ling showed an excited expression. Although Lin Ray could see that when Jean Ling heard that he had recovered his memory, there was a trace of strangeness, but it quickly dissipated. "Yes, I know. No matter what you become, you will always be my husband and father. Yes, I will always be your husband and father." When Lin Ray said, he paused for a moment, and a trace of unhappiness flashed across his face. "All right, let's not talk about this first. Next, I will destroy the person just now, and his entire family as the prize for your slap." Seeing that Jean Ling was about to say something, Lin Ray quickly changed the topic. He put his arm around Jean Ling's slender waist and strolled to the side of the man lying on the ground. "It's your Kuan Fish Clan again. Why is it that every time something bad happens to me, it's your Kuan Fish Clan?" At this time, After Lin Ray checked the man's body, he found out that this man was the same as the previous Koan fish with the Earth Immortal Scripture. Seeing this, Lin Ray was completely enraged. It could be said that both new and old grudges had been accumulated. Well, you've seen our clan before? Then you should know that our Koan fish clan has the protection of an Earth Immortal Realm Patriarch. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? As long as you promise to let me go, I promise to let bygones be bygones. After hearing that Lin Ray knew that he was from the Koan fish clan, the man thought that Lin Ray was afraid of them. So he resumed his previous pretentious attitude. Ha! Ha ha! The patriarch of your Koan fish clan, the companion of the primordial fruit? I'm afraid you don't know. In fact, 6 years ago, I've already killed the patriarch you're talking about. What? No. Impossible. The patriarch of my Koan fish clan is an Earth Immortal Realm Patriarch. Impossible. You're lying to me. At this time, the man shouted at Lin Ray like a madman. His tone was full of disbelief. Just wait and see. Your Koan fish clan will be punished. Whether it's your patriarch sealing me 6 years ago, or you humiliating my woman now, I'll make your clan pay the price. After saying that, Lin Ray did not give the man a chance to speak. With a slap, the man's body and soul were directly smashed into pieces, leaving nothing behind. At the side, Jean Ling, who saw this scene, was shocked by Lin Ray's actions, and her face turned pale. It's okay, as long as you like this kind of thing. You'll see it often in the future, so you have to get used to it. After all, you're going to be the woman of a sect master in the future. After saying that, Lin Ray's hand touched the swollen area where the man had slapped and gently stroked it. After a while, Lin Ray's spiritual power healed it, leaving no scar at all. Okay, let's go. We're still at home. After saying that, Lin Ray took Jean Ling's hand and was about to go home. However, a group of people descended from the sky and directly knelt on the ground. They said respectfully to Lin Ray, the 56 members of the Dark Group pay our respects to the Sect Master. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray was not surprised because he had already felt their aura when he woke up. However, at this time, Jean Ling was once again stunned by Lin Ray's actions. She had never thought that her man would be so powerful. When Lin Ray lost his memory, he had always been influenced by a gentleman. All of you rise. You've all worked hard these years. When we reach profound heaven, I will reward you according to your merits. As for those who died in the sea of innocence, when we return to the sect, we will also reward you according to your merits. Yes, we will obey the sect master's orders. After hearing Lin Ray's words, the 56 members of the Dark Group all stood up, but each of them had a tired smile on their faces. You're awake. Find a place to rest first. I guess you haven't paid much attention to it all these years. Here, these things may be of some benefit to you. Seeing that everyone was tired, Lin Ray directly threw some of the pills that he had refined before to them. Then, he turned and took Jean Ling's hand and walked into the distance. All right, since the sect master has found us, then according to the sect master's orders, all of you find a place to rest. Eat the pills that the sect master has distributed and wait for the sect master's next order. After all, our mission has been completed. After the leader of the Dark Tribe finished speaking, they distributed the pills and left to find a place to have a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, after Lin Ray took Jean Ling away, he found a place where no one was around and carried her on his back. Husband, don't do this. I'm not pregnant right now. This sudden action startled Jean Ling, who had been in a state of shock all this time. It's all right. We've been husband and wife for so long. Do you still care about these things? Besides, there's still a long way to go. As he spoke, he ignored Jean Ling's resistance and carried her on his back. After they found out where they were staying, Lin Ray put Jean Ling down. Husband, are we leaving this island? And yes, you saw it too. So many people are looking for me. If I don't go back, there will probably be chaos over there. But don't worry, no matter when, I will always be the Lin Yu who has lived with you for 6 years. And I got it. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Jean Ling didn't say anything more. After all, Too many things had happened today, so much that it was beyond her imagination. It had overturned her worldview. Jia. At this time, Jinin seemed to have heard their conversation and knew that they were back. He opened the door and walked out. Mother, you're back. When he saw Jinling, Jin immediately threw himself into Jinling's arms. However, there was a flash of fear in his eyes. After glancing at Lin Rei, he didn't look at him again. He's awake. Just give him a hug. He's already so old. It's time for him to be independent. As he spoke, Lin Rei took Jinin down from Jinling's arms and put him on the ground. Remember, you're my son, Lin Rei. No matter what happens in the future, even if you don't have any strength, don't leave your family behind. Mother or wife, when you encounter danger, you must stand in front of them and not let them lead the danger away. This is the first thing I'm going to tell you, and it's also a very important thing. Chapter 176. Jinin burrowed into Jinling's arms in shame when he heard his father's words. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Husband, don't be like this. He's only a child. How could he know so much? Besides, as a mother, how could I bear to let my son do such a dangerous thing? Jinling couldn't help but say to Lin Rei when she saw him fiercely scolding his child. Linger, aren't I educating him? Besides, I don't want my child to be a coward. If that's the case, I'd rather kill him than see him using my name to flaunt his power outside. When Lin Rei hadn't recovered his memories and was still Lin Yu, he really did want to kill his son when he heard that his son had stopped him from going to Jinling. However, his murderous intent was restrained at the time. I don't care. No matter how wrong my son is, I don't want you to touch him. This is your bottom line as a father. Lin Rei smiled helplessly at the protective Jinling. Then, he went to the kitchen and started cooking. Lin Rei had gotten used to this kind of life over the past few years. You guys go in and rest for a while. Too many things have happened today. When everything is settled, let's get ready to leave. After saying that, Lin Rei turned his head again and busied himself with the beast meat in his hand. When Jinling heard Lin Rei's words, she didn't say anything and brought Jin back to the room alone. Lin Rei, who originally thought that everything had returned to normal, didn't know that at this time, in the depths of the Sea of Innocence, a group of fish that looked like the body of the man who had just died appeared. How could this be? My son, how can my son die? How did you protect the young master? At this moment, a nearly 100 zhang tall fish appeared and spoke to the smaller fish. Its voice was filled with sorrow and tears flowed out of its eyes. Seeing this scene, the two fish were stunned. No, it's not like that. Clan leader, please listen to me. It was young master who told us to go out for a walk. He didn't want us to follow him. He even said that if we followed him, he would kill the two of us and our families. Speaking until here, the two fish's body began to tremble in the deep sea. Just when they were explaining, the fish that they called the patriarch was looking at them with murderous eyes. It could not wait to kill them immediately. Ugh, ugh. A strange cry was emitted from the mouth of the 1,000-foot-long Kuan fish. In an instant, the entire deep sea was stirred up by this angry roar. Those with insufficient cultivation were finally crushed by this huge wave in an instant. Humph! No matter who it is, since they dared to touch this sovereign son. Even if they possess heaven-defying abilities, they will still have to face this sovereign's fury. In an instant, the fish turned its head and swam rapidly into the deep sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Huff! Huff! In an instant, after the 1,000-foot-long Kuan fish left, the two fish who remained in the same place breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the fear in their eyes had yet to dissipate. Scared. Scare me to death. Scared me to death. Yes. Yes. Who killed the young master? He really doesn't want to live anymore. How dare he attack in the Sea of Innocence? It seems that this person doesn't want to live anymore. At this time, after the 1,000-foot-long Kuan fish left, the two fish heaved a sigh of relief and began to discuss the man's death. Sigh. Forget it. Since he's dead, let's go back first. There's no one to protect anyway. Yes, I agree. After the discussion, they instantly turned and walked in the other direction. Their speed was also incomparably fast, although it was still not as fast as the previous one. Time passed just like that. Ever since Lin Ray recovered his memories, he had stayed in the past for 3 days. After that, he no longer had the mood to go back. The way home was in his hands. At this time, what he wanted to do most was to hurry back to the Tianxian continent and settle everything. Then, he would take his 9-heaven Xuanzong sect and leave this place where he had lived for more than 10 years to return to his true home. The dark unit that Lin Ray had dismissed gathered again in the evening of the second day. The leader of the dark unit passed the news of finding Lin Ray to the people of the Xuanzong sect, who were far away in the Tianxian continent. When the people of the Xuanzong sect received the news from the leader of the dark unit, they finally felt relieved. Finally, Black Dragon ordered all the disciples of the Xuanzong sect to gather at the edge of the Sea of Innocence and wait for the return of the sect master of the Xuanzong sect, Lin Ray. Of course, Bing, He, Lin Tian, Wan Yu, and the others were also among them. Dong Xiaonan was also among them. The Nine Heavens Trading Company now had many branches in the Tianxian continent. During the first year of Lin Ray's disappearance, the owner of the company had joined a search party for Lin Ray. The morning of the third day. Where is the dark unit? At this time, Lin Ray had already changed back into his immortal equipment. He looked much more handsome than before, much more comfortable than when he had been wearing the animal clothing. As for Jean Ling, Lin Ray had even dressed her up with great care. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Sure enough, after Lin Ray put on the treasure-level robe on Jean Ling, he also found some accessories. Jean Ling, who was neatly dressed, instantly looked many times more beautiful. As for Jean In, Lin Ray had no intention of changing his clothes. According to Lin Ray's plan, when they returned, Lin Ray would send him to the dark unit to train until he succeeded in his cultivation. After returning to the 21st century, he would receive 9 years of service. Only then would he be able to bear everything that Lin Ray had given him. After hearing Lin Ray's arrangement, Jean Ling originally didn't want to agree. However, Lin Ray said some things that might happen in the future. In the end, Jean Ling nodded and agreed. Although she was very reluctant, she had no choice. The leader of the dark unit, Black Shadow, pays his respects to the sect leader. Does the sect leader have any orders? At this time, the leader of the dark unit, who had been waiting not far away, appeared in front of Lin Ray at the first moment after hearing Lin Ray's call. He knelt on the ground and accepted Lin Ray's orders. Well, go to the Sea of Innocence and invite all the members of the Kunyu clan here. No matter what method you use, I want to thank them properly. Because of their sealing technique, I lost my memory, but because of it, I was able to meet and have a wife. Yes, we will arrange it right away. With that, the shadow turned and flew into the distance. However, after hearing Lin Ray's words just now, he was very surprised, especially after hearing the news of his memory loss. Only then did he understand why he hadn't contacted the sect for the past few years. Indifferent, Lin Ray didn't know what the shadow was thinking at this time. At this time, the only thing in Lin Ray's mind was to capture all the members of the Kunyu clan who had harmed Jean Ling and then exterminate them. Husband, why don't we forget about it? Anyway, I don't have anything important to do. Let's leave. At this time, Jean Ling, who had been standing next to Lin Ray, calmly understood what Lin Ray was talking about. Jean Ling didn't want her husband to kill because of her, so she hurriedly persuaded him. Well, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will take care of it. This time, I will let all the creatures in the Sea of Innocence and the people of the Tianxian continent know that my Lin Ray's woman is not someone they can touch, let alone hit, not even a finger. With that, Lin Ray flew into the sky, leaving Jean Ling behind. After hearing her husband's words, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she turned and walked into the room. The Dart tribe, sent out by Lin Ray, followed Lin Ray's orders and came to the sky above the Sea of Innocence. All of them had the appropriate cultivation of the Great Ascension stage, and then attacked the sea. Suddenly, the sea water rolled and the bottom of the sea tumbled. This caused many people to come out to take a look, but after knowing that the Dark Tribe wasn't targeting them, they felt relieved and returned to their lairs. The Kunyu clan is very good. I order you to come to the land in 15 hours. Otherwise, you will be beheaded and killed without mercy. At this moment, the leader of the Dark Tribe, Black Shadow, suddenly shouted at the sea of innocence with all the spiritual power of his cultivation. His voice was transmitted into the deep sea, and the Kunyu that were resting in the deep sea hesitated for a moment after hearing Black Shadow's words and came to the land. The Kunyu wanted to hide in the sea, but at this time they changed into their human forms as soon as they came to the land. There is also a group of Kunyu that, due to their insufficient cultivation, still looked like Kunyu. May I ask who you are? Why are you treating us like this in the territory of the Kunyu clan? At this time, a Kunyu that had already transformed asked Black Shadow, standing in the air after receiving the order of the Kunyu clan leader. Of course, there was a slight anger in his tone. Huh, the territory of the Kunyu clan? I didn't want to come, but one of you had a death wish and offended my young master, so you were all implicated by your clansmen. Hearing his question, Black Shadow did not lie and directly told him what he knew. But in an instant, the Kunyu clan leader who was hiding in the sea was completely enraged after hearing Black Shadow's words. Bastard, are you the ones who killed my son? At this time, the Kunyu tribe master was enraged and directly rushed out for his son. He unleashed a powerful attack towards the Black Shadow. Since you don't want to take my advice, don't blame me for it. Seeing the attack and the Kunyu clan leader rushing towards him, Black Shadow, who was originally calm, was completely enraged. He directly took out the precious weapon that Lin Ray had given them and directly slashed the Kunyu clan leader's attack, and the Kunyu clan leader's attack back to his original position. Boom! At this time, the Kunyu tribe leader returned to his original position after being attacked by the Black Shadow. The rocks under his feet had been shattered by the Black Shadow's power, and a huge pit had appeared in the ground. All the members of the Kunyu clan were stunned by this attack. Chapter 177. An upper great vehicle stage cultivator dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. How dare you call yourself my lord? At this time, the shadow stood in the air and looked at the elder of the insect fish clan who had been blasted to the ground. His eyes were full of disdain. Don't boast shamelessly in front of me. So what if you're in the upper great vehicle stage? Don't think that I can't see that you're also in the upper great vehicle stage. It's not certain who will win. As he spoke, the leader of the Kunyu tribe gathered his strength and charged towards the black figure. This time, the black figure could clearly feel that the person charging towards him was much stronger than before. Hence, he did not underestimate his opponent and took this battle seriously. Well, in that case, I'll let you compete with me. Let's see who will win this time. But this time, you won't be so lucky. This time, it's either you die or I die. After saying that, the shadow took out a 3-foot sword and waved it in the air as if it was alive. Suddenly, bursts of sword chi were emitted from the sword. Sword chi exterminates the heart, exterminates the world. In an instant, He Xiong launched his proudest martial skill. In an instant, the sword chi was released from the sword and rushed towards the elder of the insect fish clan. What? At this time, the elder of the insect fish clan who was rushing towards him felt the power above his head and wanted to escape. However, the sense of crisis was too close for him to avoid. In the end, he could only choose to resist with his body. Bang! After the sword chi collided with the body of the elder of the insect fish clan, it instantly turned into a parabola and flew towards the ground. Kacha! 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 This time, it was not as easy as before. The elder of the insect fish clan who was bombarded to the ground by the sword chi of the Black Shadow suddenly heard the sound of bones breaking. This sound made the people of the insect fish clan who were next to him feel a chill down their spine. Cold sweat could not stop dripping from their faces to the ground. Puff! The elder of the insect fish clan who got up spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his face turned pale and the aura of his body became extremely weak. How is this possible? We're all upper great vehicle stage cultivators. Why are you so strong? Why did you kill my son? At this time, the elder of the insect fish clan who knew that he was going to die, he knelt on the ground and screamed at the shadow. Why? That's because your son tried to rape my wife and even tried to kill me. It's just that my cultivation is stronger than his, so he died and I'm still alive. Originally, I want to play around and exterminate your entire clan. At this moment, Linley, who had been hiding in the dark and watching the battle, walked out and said to the mournful Kuan, "You patriarch." His tone was cold and murderous. You of the insect fish clan? Please, of the insect of... It's all my fault. Please don't vent your anger on my clan. I beg you, young master, please don't exterminate my insect fish clan. We have lived here for generations, and we have never harmed anyone. Please, listen to me. I intend to exterminate your insect fish clan. However, I don't see anyone like your son in your clan. There's no one like him who did evil. Therefore, the heavens are virtuous. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I've decided not to exterminate your insect fish clan. However, I can't do this to you because you have to pay for what your son has done. Hearing Linley's words, the Kuan fish laughed bitterly. It turned around and said to the members of the Kuan fish clan, "Let's go. From today onwards, I, Moshing of the insect fish clan, will resign from my position as the head of the insect fish clan. From now on, I'm not allowed to go to the territory of the human race. If I violate this rule, I'm sure everyone knows the rules. Yes, head of the insect fish clan. From now on, I will lead the insect fish clan to live in the chimeric deep sea. We will never leave this place, including our descendants." At this time, after hearing the words of the insect fish clan's patriarch, the man named Tianjin walked out and knelt in front of the insect fish clan. He swore to the heavens. "Well, remember what you said. Don't be like me. I will only harm you." After saying that, the insect fish clan's patriarch turned his head and knelt on the ground. He looked at Lin Ray in the sky and said with a smile, "Thank you. Thank you for forgiving my insect fish clan. I will do as you said." After saying that, the man's palm turned into a claw and directly hit the insect fish clan's head. At this moment, no one could react except for Lin Ray. Bang! The man's palm directly penetrated the insect fish clan's head. Blood and brain matter spurted out from the gaps between his fingers. The scene was extremely horrifying. Haha, you're straightforward. Looking at the dead insect fish clan's patriarch, the resentment in Lin Ray's heart disappeared. He raised his head and said to the crowd, "I'm a man of my word. Since I said I'd let you go, I won't go back on my word. Also, remember your oath to never disturb the humans on this island. If I find out, don't even think about surviving in the entire sea of innocence." After saying that, Lin Ray turned around and left with the members of the dark section. All the insect fish clan members who stayed behind were grateful to Lin Ray and knelt on the ground in the direction where he disappeared. After that, Tianjin led the insect fish clan away from the mainland and into the depths of the chimeric sea. From then on, they were separated from the world. After leaving, Lin Ray brought everyone back to the place where he lived. Looking at the place where he lived for 6 years, to be honest, Lin Ray was very reluctant to part with it. Sigh. If it weren't for your restraints and his family members who were waiting for him on planet Aqua Blue, he might really have lived in this carefree place with his wife and children, slowly growing old until he died. Black Shadow, go and pack up. Tomorrow, we will leave this place and return to the Tianxian continent. After sighing and being silent for a long time, Lin Ray finally recovered from the memories of the past. Then, he said to the Black Shadow behind him who was on standby, "Yes, I will have him pack up now. This subordinate will take his leave first. Go ahead." Seeing the Black Shadow leave, Lin Ray sorted out his emotions, pushed open the door, and walked in. He had lived in this house for 5 years, and he had personally built it for Jean Ling. "Husband, you're back? Is the matter settled?" Jean Ling, who was playing with Jean and inside, heard the sound of the door opening. She turned around and saw that it was her husband. She asked with concern, It's settled. Everything has been settled. But we have to leave this place. At this point, Lin Ray's emotions, which had just been sorted out, became heavy again. Although she had lost her memories all these years, and everyone who was together with her had returned, her memories were also lost. His feelings for Jinling were still the same. They were very loving and had not changed. Sigh, it's okay. Although I really want to live here forever, I know that there must be something you want to do. I love you very much and want you to stay, but I want to see you happy. I don't want to be a burden to you. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Ray felt ashamed. He had never made her feel so wronged. Don't worry. When we return to my hometown, I will bring you back to see my mother. I believe that she will like you too. After Linley promised Jinling, he came to her side and hugged her in his arms. Why don't we return to 5 years ago, on the first day of our wedding? Just nice. Let this memory stay in our memories forever. As he spoke, Lin Ray's breath began to become heavy. In the end, the two of them looked at each other with heavy breaths. The love in their eyes was like that of a young couple who had just gotten married. Husband, don't be like this. Is still watching from the side. Wu Wang, who was originally out of control, was forcibly suppressed by Jinling. It's okay. He is here. Anyway, he is our son. What's there to be embarrassed about? At this time, Lin Ray's desire had reached its limit. He did not care whether Jin In was present or not. As he spoke, his large hands began to grope Jinling's body. Don't. If you do this again, I won't let you on the bed in the future. In an instant, after hearing Jinling's words, Lin Ray's hands suddenly stopped moving. He was abruptly stopped by Jinling's words. Linger, it's fine as long as Jin In is not here. No matter what, Jin In is grown up. As parents, we can't let our child be like this and watch us like this. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Ray smiled. Then, with a wave of his hand, Jin In, who was originally playing, instantly fainted on the ground and lost consciousness. Husband, you. Seeing this scene, Jinling suddenly panicked. She hurriedly wanted to get up to check on her son's condition, but she was stopped by Lin Ray. All right, yes, he's fine. He was just knocked out by my spell. He'll wake up tomorrow, and by then, his body won't feel any discomfort. He'll only feel that he had a good sleep. After saying that, Lin Ray could no longer hold back and directly pushed Jinling onto the bed. A fierce battle began just like that. It was not until late at night that the two of them stopped. Husband, we are leaving tomorrow. At this time, Jinling, who was sweating but had a rosy complexion, lay on Lin Ray's chest and said to him reluctantly, It's okay. Our life will be better in the future. Moreover, I want you to be with me forever. Just like that, the two of them did not sleep for the whole night. They chatted from late at night until dawn. Both of them put on their clothes. At this time, Lin Ray woke Jin In, who was lying on the other bed. Chapter 178. Let's go. Everything here will only exist in our memories. I met you here, we fell in love here, and we even had our first child here. Everything here will forever appear clearly in our memories and will never be erased. At this moment, Lin Ray and his wife, Jin In, who had made all the preparations, looked at the place where they had lived for a long time. Although they were reluctant to part with it, they still chose to leave. In an instant, Lin Ray's spiritual energy enveloped Jinling and Jin In, and they arrived at the edge of the island where Black Shadow came from. Greetings, Sect leader, mistress, and young master. At this moment, Black Shadow and the others had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Ray suddenly appear, they hurried forward and bowed respectfully to Lin Ray and the other two. Linley didn't mind. After all, these people were all members of his sect. But Jinling was different. She was an adult, after all. When so many people addressed her as Madam, she felt a hint of joy in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. As for Jin In, because of his young age, he only felt a bit of curiosity upon seeing so many people. Get up. Follow the original route you took. I believe you've already cleared all the demonic beasts on your way here. Yes. When we first came here, many of our brothers died. That's why we were able to come here. Upon hearing Lin Ray's words, Black Shadow and the others explained to Lin Ray with sorrowful expressions. Sai, I understand. Let's go. Get to the Tianxin continent as soon as possible. Once we're done with the rest, I'll take you out of here and head to a more spacious planet. Yes, we pledge our lives to follow Sect leader. With that, Lin Ray and the others set off for the Tianxin continent. They traveled day and night without stopping for even a moment. At the edge of the Tianxin continent's Sea of Innocence. At this moment, at the edge of the Tianxin continent's Sea of Innocence, more than 10,000 people were waiting here. The aura on each of them was enough to dominate an area. Eldest senior sister, what do you think Master will say when he returns and sees our cultivation? At this moment, the 5 people standing at the very edge looked at the Sea of Innocence with smiles on their faces. One of them, a bald man, asked the woman next to him. Master, when the time comes, Master will definitely say that you guys are slacking off while Master isn't around. Look, you guys have the nerve to talk nonsense in front of me with this little bit of cultivation. It seems that if I don't treat you guys harshly in the future, you won't know how to write the name Lin Ray. Ha ha ha. World, you're simply another version of Master. I didn't expect you to understand Master so well. At this moment, when the other 4 heard the woman's words, smiles blossomed on their faces, and they were filled with admiration for this world. That's not entirely true. Maybe Master will say that. The man next to him rubbed his throat and said to the crowd with a serious expression, Good. You're all worthy of being Lin Ray's disciples. To be able to reach the next stage of Pig Trotter's Rice Mayana in 6 years, you've all done well. Master is proud of you. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes when he finished speaking, including the person who was pretending to be Master. Cullen, do you think Master will really praise us like you said? And how has Master been these past few years? I heard that he was seriously injured when he disappeared. I wonder if he's recovered now. At this moment, another woman among the 5 said to Ken Lin. Her voice was filled with longing. Sai, junior brothers and sisters, our Master is always full of surprises. For example, when he took us in as his disciples. These 5 people were the 5 disciples that Lin Ray had personally taken in. In the past 6 years, they had missed Lin Ray more and more, but they couldn't find him. As a result, they had devoted all their time to cultivation. That was why, in the past 6 years, they had been able to go from being unknown cultivators to being experts who could shake a region. Yes, senior sister is right. You don't know how shameless Master was when he took me in. He was the one who wanted to take me in as soon as he saw me, but in the end, he gave me a lot of benefits. Sai, our Master is always like this. He always has a path that ordinary people don't take. Forget it. Let's just wait here peacefully for Master to come back. With that, they sat down cross-legged and cultivated quietly by the sea. On the other side, Bing, who had been waiting, was staring at the sea expectantly. She didn't want to leave for a moment, for fear that she wouldn't see Lin Ray when he came back. Red Lotus, who had always wanted to know whether the Xuanzong Sect master was Lin Ray, had secretly come here when everyone from the Xuanzong Sect had gone to the Sea of Innocence. She wanted to confirm the knot in her heart that had been gnawing on her mind for the past 6 years. At this time, Red Lotus was very anxious. She was conflicted when she thought that she would know the answer soon. She wanted to know, but she also didn't want to know. I'd like to see if the Xuanzong Sect master will show up this time. Red Lotus had made up her mind. If the Xuanzong Sect master didn't show up, she would continue to investigate until she figured it out. Of course, Lin Ray, who was flying on the sea at this time, didn't know that before he returned to the mysterious sky continent, there were already people who were thinking about him. Lin Ray, who had been flying on the sea for more than a month, was now close to the edge. He was very excited. He thought about Bing, Lin Tian, Dong Xiaonan, and his disciples. He thought about how they had changed over the past 6 years. Were they still as naughty and mischievous as before? What's wrong, husband? At this moment, after sensing that Lin Li's emotions had become agitated, he asked out of curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I just haven't seen them for many years, so I'm a little nervous. I'm fine. Let's keep going. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Ray hurriedly hid all his thoughts. It wasn't time for him to miss them, because they were still on the sea of innocence. Anything could happen. It'll be over soon. In the next few days, whenever Linley had some free time, he would personally go and see his wife train. In addition, Linley was preparing to refine the primo fruit into a pill for Jean Ling to eat. That way, she would be able to raise her cultivation level in a short period of time without affecting her foundation. Finally, on the 6th day, Lin Ray and the others finally saw the edge of the sea. However, there were tens of thousands of people waiting on the shore. It seemed like they had been waiting there for a long time. Oh, I didn't expect that my return would cause such a stir in the entire sect. This is really a big scene. At this time, after seeing the people on the shore, he knew that these people were notified by the Black Shadow. The people who came to greet him were all disciples of the Xuanzong sect. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray's body trembled with excitement and a happy smile appeared on his face. Quick, look, it's the dark group. The dark group is back. At this time, a person on the shore had sharp eyes. Before the crowd saw Lin Ray, the person had already seen the dark group. He then shouted to everyone on the shore. In an instant, the disciples' words ignited the hearts of everyone on the shore. Whether they had seen Lin Ray before or not, whether they were Lin Ray's disciples or Bing, whether they were subordinates or people of other races, they were all excited when they saw the people flying on the sea. Oh, I didn't expect that you would have so many subordinates. It seems that I have underestimated you before. At this time, after seeing the situation on the shore, Jean Ling, who was now beside Lin Ray, said to her husband with a shocked expression. Her eyes were full of admiration. Alas! In fact, when I left, there weren't so many people in the sect. However, in the 6 years of development, I didn't expect them to develop to this extent. At this time, Lin Ray looked at the people on the shore, and his heart was filled with emotions. However, he was more gratified. Soon, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ray, his wife and children, and the dark group successfully landed and returned to the Tianxin continent, which they had not seen for a long time. We, the Xuanzong sect disciples, elders, ministers, pay our respects to the sect leader. We hope that the sect leader will live as long as the heavens, and that Funing will be in good health. At the moment Lin Ray landed, tens of thousands of people directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Ray. The scene was amazing. Ha! Good, all of you get up. You have worked hard for so many years. When we return to the sect, I will reward you according to your merits. All of your hard work will be recorded in the life department of the sect. Looking at such people, Lin Ray was very happy. However, at this time, he felt a strange atmosphere. Ah, Master, you are finally back. Do you know how much little you misses you? Where have you been all these years? Do you know? After knowing that you were missing, we almost went crazy looking for you, but we couldn't find you. Boo-hoo. Just as Lin Ray was about to go and catch the person hiding in the dark, Lin Wanyu, Lin Ray's first disciple, threw herself on Lin Ray and cried. Then, all the disciples came to Lin Ray. However, they were not as exaggerated as Lin Wanyu, but tears flowed from their eyes uncontrollably. Ha, good. You really didn't let me down. You are all my good disciples. I didn't think of you all these years, but because of various reasons, I couldn't come back to see you. When we return to the sect, I will come back with you one by one. However, now, we should welcome the friend hiding in the dark. I don't know. Should I invite you out, or should you come out yourself? Chapter 179. At this moment, after hearing Linley's words, everyone's eyes began to scan the surroundings. They wanted to find the so-called person that their sect leader had mentioned before. What? Master, is there anyone here? Everyone instinctively released their divine senses to explore the surroundings, but in the end, they all ended up empty-handed. They even suspected that the sect master was deliberately mystifying things. It seems that I really have to personally invite you out. After a long time, that person still did not appear. At this moment, Lin Ray sneered and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the forest 1,000 meters away. Holding the martial Emperor God Spear in his hand, he looked at an ancient tree with a murderous gaze and said coldly, "Come out. I don't want to say it again. I believe you know my strength. Not to mention you. Even your companions who were several times stronger than you were killed by me. Do you think you'll come out if I have to do it?" "Ha, long time no see." At this moment, Red Lotus knew that she could no longer hide it. She walked out with a helpless look on her face and spoke to Linley with a hint of helplessness in her voice. "Heh, I knew it was you. To be able to remain undetected in front of so many Mahayana realm cultivators. There are only you and Zhao Pan and his companions on the Tianxian continent. Both of them are dead, so you're the only one left." At this moment, when Red Lotus heard Lin Ray mention the name of his companions, she looked at him with a puzzled expression. She wanted to ask him, but she did not know how to ask. "Speak, what are you doing here? It seems that there are no other feelings between us apart from enmity." Looking at the silent Red Lotus, Lin Ray did not soften his heart. His tone was still cold, and his face was filled with murderous intent. "Ha! You ask me why? Isn't it all because of your sect? Just 6 years ago, you and I suddenly sent out more than 1,000 cultivators above the form synthesis realm, which completely destroyed the Red Lotus Empire's plan to unify the continent. I thought it was nothing, but you sent out people one after another. In the end, the entire Tianxian continent was under your control. Do you think I could sit still?" At this moment, when Red Lotus said this, there was a trace of displeasure on her face, and her tone was filled with hidden bitterness. I didn't want this to happen either. But anyway, why are you here? I don't believe that you're just here for fun." Fine. I was just curious. I even suspected that the Xuanzong Sect and those cultivators who appeared on the Tianxian continent were your disciples. Later, I heard them say that their sect master might appear here, so I came. The result was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to be the sect master of the Xuanzong Sect, the leader of those experts. At this moment, Red Lotus said this in a shocked tone. The expression on her face was even more shocked. Her eyes were wide open, and the disbelief and worry in her eyes made Lin Ray want to laugh. Since that's the case, now that you know, it's time for you to leave. I've just returned and have to go back to the sect to prepare. Goodbye." Lin Ray didn't say much to Red Lotus because there was no need to. Since he didn't remember her and had acted so decisively before, Lin Ray decided that there was no need to continue the conversation. "Oh, by the way, you should go back and prepare for the next 2 days. After that, go to the Royal Pill City in the west and find a Nine Heavens trading company. They'll inform me when the time comes, and I'll take you away from this planet. Once you're in the space tunnel, you can go wherever you want. What happens after that is out of my control." After saying this, Lin Ray didn't stay for a moment longer. He instantly teleported and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was back on Jinling's body. Red Lotus, who was in the forest, was very unhappy when she saw that Lin Ray didn't want to say a word. However, when she thought that her strength was not enough in front of him, she suppressed her displeasure and flew back to her empire. This time, she was going to the empire according to Lin Ray's instructions. When Red Lotus flew out, everyone's divine sense knew that there was someone watching them in the dark. They were shocked for a moment. At this moment, among the 10,000 people present, no one dared to look down on their sect master anymore. "Well, let's go. When we get back, I'll discuss something good with you." After returning, Lin Ray said this to Bing and the other senior members. Then, he took Bing, Jinling, Dong Xiaonan, and his 5 disciples and quickly headed south using the teleportation technique. However, Lin Ray didn't have a good time along the way. This was because when Lin Ray went to talk to Red Lotus, Jinling found out that Bing Jingran was also her husband's woman. For a moment, the smile on her face disappeared. Along the way, Lin Ray was very careful with Bing and Jinling. He didn't dare to make them unhappy at all. "Husband, don't you have anything to say to me?" Finally, Jinling, who had been walking for a few days, asked her husband at noon. "Jinling, I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't want to tell you before. You know that my memory was sealed and I didn't know anything at all. Later, I recover my memory, so I didn't dare to tell you. I was afraid that you would ignore me if I told you. At this time, Linley could only use the tricks of the 21st century to persuade Jinling. Indeed, when Jinling heard Linley's words, her heart instantly softened. She looked at him with a distressed expression and said, "You've been hurt so badly. Husband, it's my fault. Don't be like this. I won't ask again." At this time, everyone who was wrapped in Lin Rei's spiritual power looked envious after hearing Jinling's words. "Well, I knew it. Ling is the best to me. Don't worry. I will treat you well in the future. I won't let you get hurt in the future." "Well, I understand. Husband, young master." Just like that, the crowd, who had thought that a bloody battle was about to break out, was pacified by Linley with just a few words. For more than 10 days, Jean Ling and Bing Jinran became very good sisters. This made Lin Rei a little puzzled. They didn't even let Lin Rei hear their whispers. At the same time, during these 10 days, Lin Rei finally returned to his residence, Jiuqian Xuanzong Sect. "Phew, I'm finally back. I'm finally back. My sect, my home." At this time, Lin Rei was very emotional. When he left a few years ago, it was a different scene. This time, when he came back, it was indeed better than before. This made Lin Rei feel very gratified. "Well, you guys hurry up and rest. You can stay in my room. Bing will take you there in a while. As for the others, follow me to the meeting hall. I have something important to tell you." At this time, after returning to the sect, Lin Rei sighed and said to Jinling. After that, he led the higher-ups to the meeting hall, which they hadn't seen for a long time. "Okay, you guys don't have to guess. This time, I was plotted against by an expert at the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. As a result, my memory and cultivation were sealed, so I couldn't contact the sect. The seal was broken not long ago." Lin Rei knew what everyone wanted to ask, so he directly said the doubts in their hearts. "Well, this matter is still a small matter. Next, I'll leave it to you." After hearing Lin Rei's words, everyone's face showed a determined look. They looked at Lin Rei, who was sitting on the throne of the sect master. Everyone present knelt on the ground and said to Lin Rei, "We are willing to share any burden for the sect master. Please give us your orders. We will definitely do it." "Oh, well, get up. Why are you so serious?" After hearing Lin Rei's order, everyone present stood up and stared at Lin Rei. They were all waiting for the task. "All right, let's cut to the chase. This time, I'm going to bring all of you out of this sealed planet. But before that, Brother Nan, you have to collect all the treasures of the trading company as soon as possible and prepare to go to another world for the use of the sect. When we reach the real cultivation world, I'll help you build a real Nine Heavens trading company. At that time, I'll let your trading company spread throughout the entire cultivation world and the immortal world." After hearing Lin Rei's words, Dong Xiaonan naturally agreed. Even if there were no other conditions, he would still agree. After all, Nine Heavens Trading Company was the financial lifeline of the Nine Heavens Xuanzong sect. "Yes, I will go and inform all the branches on the continent and let them transport everything here." After saying that, Dong Xiaonan walked out. Everyone's face showed an excited smile. "Okay, you have tasks. All right, all of you have your tasks as well. Gather all the disciples during this period of time. I want to know the names of the special members, and I will also change your current positions. Now that the sect is growing stronger, some other things need to be built. After this, we should only do it when we reach the real cultivation world. Therefore, during this period of time, all of you must take away everything that the sect can. Don't leave a single thing here. Once everything is over, we will set off for the world that I have obtained." At this time, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with yearning and excitement. He couldn't wait to go home. "Yes, we will go and prepare now. We'll take our leave first. Okay, you all go. Wan Yu, estranged Xin Yuan, Yuro, Kalun, and Lin Tian stay behind. The others can leave." After hearing Lin Rei's words, everyone except for the names that Lin Rei had mentioned left. At this time, only Lin Rei and the 6 people who stayed behind were left in the meeting hall. At this time, they were very nervous. They were wondering why their master, young master, had left them here. Chapter 180. Alright, stop guessing. I know you guys are here for a simple purpose. I haven't seen you for so many years, so I want to talk to you guys. Of course, I also want to see how you guys have been doing in the past few years. I can't just see that you guys are in the Mahayana realm. Although I'm only in the middle stage of the crossing calamity stage, I'm still more than enough to deal with you guys. After saying that, Lin Ray stood up from his seat with a hint of ridicule. In an instant, he came to the side of the 6 people, and a martial emperor divine spear appeared in front of them. Master, don't we? Oh, cut the crap. Come on. Let Master see how my good disciples and little Tion have grown over the past few years. Hearing their evasive words, Lin Ray interrupted them directly. The martial emperor divine spear in his hand turned into a long dragon and came in front of them in an instant. Clang! Just as the 6 of them saw that the danger was right in front of them, they did not hesitate and immediately took out their magic treasures, directly blocking Linley's attack. Master, we were wrong. Don't be like this. We're not your match. Right now, the youngest, Cullen, had a pained look on his face as he spoke to Linley. His hands were trembling, but his eyes were filled with shock. Good. Since you're able to withstand this move of mine, there's no need for me to hold back anymore. Huh. With a loud shout, Lin Ray released all his cultivation. A pressure that didn't belong to the middle stage of the crossing calamity stage swept out with Lin Ray as the center. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, the sound of wind blowing could be heard in the closed meeting hall. The wind was so fierce that it frightened the 6 people. At the same time, they were full of admiration. Silent thunder, stab. In an instant, Lin Ray's first martial skill, Silent Thunder, was launched in front of the 6 people. What? Master, you're serious. Seeing their master, young master, use a martial skill, the 6 people came back to their senses in an instant. Their faces were serious, and they were no longer as playful as before. Grade 3 Incinerating Wind Extreme. In an instant, the 6 of them used the top martial skills that Lin Ray had given them. A huge force rushed towards Lin Ray. The force was mighty and ferocious. Hee, you want to fight me in one move? If that's the case, then come at me. Level 3 Incinerating Wind, Meteorite. It was the same move as the 6 of them, but it was much more powerful than theirs. It directly rushed towards the 6 of them. Rumble, rumble. When the 2 waves of attacks collided, the resulting shockwave directly collapsed the meeting hall. The 6 people were also blown away by the shockwave. As for Lin Ray, he was still standing in the same place, smiling as he looked at the 6 people who were blown away. Of course, this anomaly also attracted the attention of everyone in the valley, including Jean Ling and Bing, who had returned to their rooms. They rushed to the scene as soon as the anomaly appeared. It seems that my movements are a bit too big. Seeing so many people gathered, Linley's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. When he once again saw the 6 people in the distance, they had stopped their bodies from being blown away by the wind. Their faces were filled with shock as they stared at Linley, who was still standing there. Okay, go back. I'm just accompanying my disciple and brother to learn from each other. If there's nothing else, go back. In an instant, Lin Ray came to Lin Tion's side and said to the people who were watching this place with a smile on his face, "Yes, we will follow the Sect Master's order." After hearing Lin Ray's order, everyone returned to their positions. Of course, except for Jean Ling and Bing, who ran over and did not return. Master, look, such a good meeting hall was destroyed by your martial technique, just like that. Sigh, what a pity. Just as the crowd dispersed, Wan Yu walked forward and looked at the destroyed palace in front of her with a look of regret. Pong! A chestnut was hit directly on Wan Yu's head. The sound was incomparably clear, and it must have been very painful. Oomph. Only you know. You're the only one who can make fun of me. I'm your master, after all. Can't you respect me? At this time, Wan Yu's eyes revealed a look of grievance as she looked at Lin Ray, who hit her. At this time, it could be said that she was angry but did not dare to say anything. Okay, this competition is over. If you don't want to go to Lin Tion, then come to Master. Master will let you have a taste of your master's wife's cooking. After saying that, Lin Rei came to Jin Ling's side and hugged Jin Ling's waist as he spoke to Lin Tian and the others. Ah, okay. We originally had such a plan. At the same time, we also want to know what a master without cultivation and memory is like here. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Lin Tian and the others all agreed. At this time, Wan Yu, who was hit by Lin Rei, walked forward and directly held Jin Ling's arm. Then, she secretly gave Jin Ling a look. Now that the sparring had come to an end, everyone gathered in Lin Li's courtyard. Only, the difference was that Jin Ling, who was supposed to be cooking, couldn't help but walk into the kitchen and begin to cook. Jin Ling wanted to help, but was chased out by Lin Li. Jin Ling knew that as long as Lin Rei did not want to, no one could stop him. Therefore, she could only obediently walk out and then go to Wan Yu's side to chat. After many times of coaxing and pestering by Wan Yu, she finally got out of Jin Ling's mouth about Lin Rei's life on Wuwang Island in the past few years, including how Lin Rei recovered his memory. Hearing this, it made Bing, who was next to her, feel a little sad. At this moment, she wished that she was the one who lived with Lin Rei on the island. Unfortunately, there were not so many ifs in the world. Okay, don't talk, come in and eat. Today, I will let you have a taste of my cooking. However, your master's wife has eaten it for 5 or 6 years. After the meal, everyone present was full of praise. Of course, some talked about their life on the island in the past few years. Speaking of this, Lin Rei's face always showed a happy smile. Time passed slowly, and a month passed. On the 15th day after returning, Red Lotus arrived at the Xuanzong Sect's residence through the transmission formation of the Jiutian Trading Company. When she arrived at the residence, her face was full of shock. Of course, Bai Qi and Jianwei also saw Red Lotus, but because of Lin Rei's warning, they did not go to greet her. As for the Nine Heavens Trading Company, due to the fact that they had already expanded quite a bit into the profound sky continent, it would take some time for them to collect everything. But fortunately, they were able to gather everything within a month. This made Lin Li feel very gratified. When he saw all the items of the trading company, his face revealed a look of shock. He did not expect that in just a few years, his young man could develop the trading company to such a level. The people who were ordered by Lin Rei to organize the list of all the disciples were soon finished. There were a total of 36,000 disciples in the sect, but half of them were above the combination realm. Of course, there were not many in the foundation establishment realm. Most of them were above the foundation establishment realm. This made Lin Rei even more happy. Sometimes, there were less than 10,000 people. He did not expect that in such a short time, the sect would develop to such a level. How could Lin Rei not feel proud? A month passed. Basically, every day, Lin Li would sit in his courtyard and drink wine, tease his wife, and spend some time with his disciple. As for Jin, he would only let her go once. Because of that incident, Lin Li had made up his mind to have Jin undergo strict training. After returning, Lin Li had thrown her into the shadow department and ordered her to follow their training regimen. She was not to be soft-hearted just because Jin was Lin Li's child. As for Hei Long, Lin Rei went to see her after returning and told her what to do next. Hei Long was very willing to leave with Lin Rei, which Lin Rei had already expected. Things were solved one by one. Finally, on this day, everything was solved. Lin Rei's mood to go home was completely stimulated. In the past, he would look up at the bright moon and miss his hometown. Now, he had completely fulfilled his wish. On this day, in the Xuanzong Sect's encampment, this place was no longer the encampment. This was because everything here had been collected by Lin Rei, including all the palaces, the 2 defensive formations, and nearly 40,000 disciples. All of them were collected by Lin Rei in the Cloud Pagoda. Of course, this excluded Red Lotus, who was sent away in the tunnel. All right, when we get to the tunnel, I'll make a separate tunnel for you. At that time, we'll go our separate ways. You have your way, and I'll cross my single plank bridge. From then on, we don't owe each other anything, and we'll never see each other again. Seeing that everything had been prepared, Linley told Red Lotus's thoughts, then took out the Realm Breaker teleportation tunnel. He didn't give Red Lotus another chance. Do you think I want to have anything to do with you? Seeing Lin Ray's attitude, Red Lotus threw a lazy look at Lin Ray and let him figure out himself. Reincarnation transfer, break realm transmission, open. After uttering an incantation, he tossed the Realm Breaker teleportation tunnel to the ground. Instantly, a vortex appeared. Seeing the vortex appear, Linley truly felt a sense of nostalgia, and he couldn't wait any longer. System, when we arrive at the teleportation portal, send Red Lotus away. As for how many things I need, I will owe you first. I will slowly pay you back in the future. You have to ensure her safety in the tunnel. Just as they were about to leave, Linley said to Xiaolong. From his tone, it was clear that he was still afraid that something would happen to Red Lotus in the tunnel. Okay, remember what you said. When the time comes, I will double what you owe me. Hearing the system's words, Linley rolled his eyes. Without saying anything, he pulled Red Lotus by the hand and walked towards the road that led to his home. In an instant, when Lin Ray stepped into the portal, the break realm transmission formation disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. From then on, the Tianqian continent became a beautiful memory in the hearts of Lin Ray and the others. Chapter 181. At 5:24 in 2013, on a bustling and noisy street in J City, Huaxia, a handsome man with snow-white hair, wearing an ancient costume and a pair of sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, suddenly appeared. No one knew how he appeared, but he suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd. Phew! At this time, the man stood on the bustling street, looking at the people coming and going in a daze. His heart was incomparably excited. Ha ha! I'm finally back! I'm finally back! Suddenly, the man looked up to the sky and roared, saying the words, "I'm back." His voice was so loud that the passers-by all stopped in their tracks. Their eyes stared at the man who was laughing loudly, and their faces revealed a sick expression. F*CK, brother, are you okay? It's such a hot day, and you're wearing ancient clothes. You're not role-playing, are you? Yeah, brother, look at this hot day. Even if you want to be a star, you don't have to work so hard. Even if you're like this, the talent scouts might not necessarily choose you. At this time, a group of people surrounded the white-haired man and said to him in a persuasive tone, I know." When a man came back to his senses and saw a group of people surrounding him and saying such words, he subconsciously lowered his head and looked at his clothes. At this time, the man hurriedly thanked the onlookers, then pushed the crowd away and left the bustling city as fast as he could. Young people nowadays are always thinking of impossible things. I wonder if his parents know about it. Just after the man left, a white-haired old man with a kind face looked at the man's back and sighed. At this time, the man who had left the crowd had already come to a quiet corner. In this place, no one walked around, and no one would come here for no reason. Finally, the excited expression on the man's face faded, and he calmed down in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that I, Lin Ray, would be taught a lesson by an ignorant ant. If this were to be seen by the people of the Tianqian continent, what would their expressions be like? This white-haired, ancient-robed man was Linley, who had just returned from the Realm Breaker teleportation tunnel. He had thought that he would be teleported to a place with no one around, but unexpectedly, the Realm Breaker teleportation tunnel had brought him to a bustling city. I wonder how Red Lotus is doing. Did she reach the planet she wanted to go to? At this time, Lin Ray, who had calmed down, thought of the process of the teleportation tunnel. Lin Ray made the system pay a heavy price to open a tunnel to another cultivation world for Red Lotus and let her go in. F*CK. Host, what else do you want her to do? I think you should just forget about it. With her current achievements, if it weren't for you, she would probably still be dead. Just as Lin Ray was thinking about Red Lotus, the system's spirit, the little dragon, walked out and said to Lin Ray with eyes full of disdain, You still have a nerve to say that. Didn't you say that after she woke up, she would only regain her memories and nothing would happen to her? Now you still have the nerve to talk about it after the fact. If you were a physical body, I would have caught you a long time ago and smashed your ass open. At this time, when he heard the little dragon's words, the anger in Lin Ray's heart suddenly vented. It would have been better if Red Lotus had not been mentioned, but what the little dragon, the main culprit, said had completely ignited Lin Ray. Didn't I explain this to you before? At that time, I was unconscious and the system malfunctioned, so it became like this. But don't worry, it won't happen again. After speaking, the little dragon hurriedly went into the system and did not make a sound, nor did it discuss Red Lotus with Lin Ray. F***CK, you're hiding. Seeing that there was no reply, Lin Ray gave up on bombarding the little dragon with words. After all, they still had a long time to be together in the future. After quarreling with the little dragon, he came back to his senses and looked down at his clothes and hair. A smile appeared on his face. Since I'm back, I'll completely return to my original life. Otherwise, if I go back like this, who knows what will happen? Illusory, four-sided construction. Suddenly, the celestial artifact on Lin Ray's body began to change. Finally, the appearance of the ancient clothes was gone. At this time, Lin Ray was wearing the clothes of this planet, which were half sleeves, long pants, and sports shoes. It was as if he had become a different person. In the past, Lin Ray was like a steady, calm, and charming person. At this time, the transformation of the celestial artifact made Lin Ray more lively and cheerful, of course, except for his white hair that did not change. Sigh, since I've changed, let's change more thoroughly. Touching the hair on his head, Lin Ray's face showed a trace of reluctance. After all, he liked how he looked when he was in the Tianxian continent. In an instant, the Emu 10,000 Laws sword appeared in his hand and directly chopped at the hair on his head. Now, Lin Ray's hair was no longer something that people in the barber shop could touch. At this time, his hair could not be compared to a precious artifact, but it was close to one. Bang! A hair fell from Lin Ray's hand and instantly fell to the ground. However, at this time, Lin Ray's hair was not lying on the ground but was inserted into the ground. If an outsider saw this, they would be scared silly. Soon, after a few minutes, the Emu 10,000 Laws sword in Lin Ray's hand naturally stopped and was put back into the storage ring. The hair that was cut by Lin Ray was also put away. At this time, Lin Ray had changed his appearance. His whole body was dragged out of the Tianxian continent and completely returned to his hometown, Huaxia. Sigh, I can't do anything now. My ID card is long gone, and I don't know how many years have passed. Although the little dragon said that he returned to the day he left, but why do I feel that his words sound so unreliable? Everything was ready, thinking that he didn't even have an identity now. For a moment, his whole person felt as if he had no sense of belonging. One must know that a person's ID card represented their existence. Collecting all his thoughts, Lin Ray walked out of the corner and returned to the bustling downtown. However, at this time, Lin Ray was in the crowd and did not look at him strangely like before. It seems that the etiquette of a different era is really a fatal thing. Just a change of clothes and a haircut, and so many changes have happened. At this time, Lin Ray's heart was very emotional. However, no matter how emotional he was, it was not as emotional as the thought of going home to see his parents. Seeing a jewelry store, Lin Ray stepped in. The moment he entered the store, a salesperson greeted him with a smile and asked Lin Ray who walked in. I don't know, sir. Are you here to buy jewelry or sell jewelry? Looking at the salesperson's good attitude, Lin Ray did not say much. One hand reached into his pocket, but his consciousness had already entered the storage ring. He chose a piece of jewelry that could be sold. Looking left and right, Lin Ray finally set his eyes on a 3,000-year-old ruby. With a thought, it appeared in his hand in his pocket. Don't bother. I'm here to sell jewelry. I just don't know who is in charge here. When the salesperson heard Lin Ray's words, his eyes lit up in an instant. Sir, please wait here for a while. I'll go and find our manager for you. After speaking, The salesperson turned and walked into the depths of the store. After a while, the shop assistant brought a middle-aged man over with an anxious look on his face. I'm sorry for the neglect. Brother, please don't take offense. The man who came in quickly bowed to Lin Ray with a 90-degree etiquette and said to Lin Ray with an apologetic face, "Oh, it's okay. Since you're the manager, I think you can make the decision. Then take a look first. How much is my gem worth?" With that, Lin Ray took out his hand from his pocket and handed it directly to the manager. As soon as his hand opened, the 3,000-year-old ruby appeared in the eyes of the manager. How is this possible? When the manager saw the ruby, his eyes became dull, but the excited expression on his face could be seen by anyone. Oh, how is it? How much can my ruby be sold for? I still have things to do. Seeing the manager's expression, Lindley smiled and urged the manager, who was still in a daze. Manager, this mister is talking to you. The salesperson who followed next to the middle-aged manager saw that the manager did not answer after hearing Lin Ray's words. So he came forward and shouted to the middle-aged manager. I'm sorry, I was rude just now, but I want to persuade you, sir. This gem of yours, our shop can't buy it. Not to mention our shop, even in J City, it is the same. Your gem is so rare that it has exceeded the price range of money. The middle-aged manager's words directly gathered all the people present. They all wanted to see the gem in the middle-aged manager's mouth. But Lin Ray's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. After hearing the manager's words, he quickly put it away so that the people who came over did not see it. Oh, that's a pity, but since this matter can't be done, then I want to ask, what year is this year, and where is this place? This sentence completely confused everyone present. Everyone looked at Lin Ray with a puzzled expression, but the manager was not confused and quickly answered Lin Ray's question. Replying to this mister, this year is already 2013, and this is J City. I don't know what other problems Mister has, but if you don't say it, I will help you. What, 2013? Doesn't that mean that more than 2 years have passed since I left? A scream directly scared the people present, and Lin Ray walked out of the jewelry store with a heavy expression. Chapter 182. After Lin Ray got the news, he walked out of the jewelry store with a heavy heart. He stared blankly in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, he finally regained his consciousness. Little dragon, get out of here, get out of here. In an instant, the moment he stopped, Lin Ray's heart began to scream at the system, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. What's wrong? I'm sleeping. After a while, the little dragon walked out of the system with sleepy eyes, floating in the air, and said while rubbing his eyes, Didn't you say it before? You will teleport me to the time when I left. How are you now? It's been more than 2 years. At this time, Lin Ray was no longer as calm as before. At this time, Lin Ray was extremely angry. He could endure anything, but there was no way for anyone to lie to him about his parents. This should be in the tunnel, helping Red Lotus to open the tunnel, so the energy consumption was too much, so the time was not set properly. Besides, it's only been 2 years. Nothing major will happen. Do you have to be like this? After speaking, the little dragon's face also showed an unhappy expression, and then his body flashed and disappeared in front of Lin Ray's eyes. After listening to the little dragon's words, Lin Ray's nerves were stunned, and his eyes showed a guilty light. Forget it. I'd better find a way to get some money first, and then arrange the arrangements. When everything is ready, I'll go back to pick up my mother and the others. At this time, Lin Ray recovered his calmness after hearing the little dragon's words. When he didn't know what to say for a while, he didn't think about it anymore. At this time, Lin Ray's heart had already made plans for the future. After everything was clear, Lin Ray released his divine sense. In an instant, his divine sense directly enveloped the entire J City. No matter where it was, it appeared clearly in Lin Ray's mind. Stone gambling. It seems that there's money to be made. A short while later, after a series of selections, Linley chose the type of stone that could make him rich or bankrupt overnight. Whoosh! With a teleport, Lin Ray arrived at the street of the stone gambling house. There was no difference in time here, because no matter what time it was, there would always be people here. In the blink of an eye, Linley arrived at an empty alleyway within the stone gambling store. Tidying up his clothes, he walked out. I've only seen it on TV and in novels in my previous life. I didn't expect there to be such a place. I don't know if my spiritual sense can detect the jadeite in the raw stone. Seeing such a big street, Linley became excited. Here, he could get what he wanted in a short period of time, which was Huasha's currency. On the way, Linley saw many shops. Finally, he came to a stop at a stone gambling shop called the Rainfall Pavilion. Hey, young man, are you here for stone gambling too? At this time, a group of onlookers saw Lin Ray coming. For a moment, they were curious and asked Lin Ray, "Well, yes. Why? Is there a rule that I can't come here at my age?" "Oh, no. Don't mind it. It's just that many people here haven't cut out any jadeite. If you're here for stone gambling, then let's start quickly. Let's see if your luck is as good as ours." When the man heard Lin Ray's words, he didn't show too much. Instead, he said what he wanted to say. The man even showed a harmless smile. "Oh, since you said so, then I'll take a look first. I'm not very familiar with it. I'll choose one when I'm familiar with it." With that, Lin Ray ignored the man and went directly to the place where the raw stone was dissected. At this time, a person was in front of the machine. He looked at the stone on the machine nervously and kept muttering, "You must get it this time. If you don't, then it's over. You must get it." At this time, the man who was operating the stone-cutting machine saw the man's expression and shouted at him with annoyance. "Sir, can you go somewhere else to mutter? If you're here, maybe my hand will slip and there will be a jadeite inside. That's not good. Don't. I'll leave now." When the man heard the stone-cutting machine's words, he hurriedly pushed it aside. He didn't want to damage the stone. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the stone-cutting machine. Lin Ray frowned, and his face became gloomy. It was as if he didn't want to hear that sound. After a while, the machine stopped. The man who was looking forward to getting a jadeite turned pale and fainted on the ground. I don't know if he's dead or alive. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray was interested. However, before he figured out what was going on, Lin Ray wouldn't act rashly. Even so, there would still be people coming out to cut the stone. After a while, another person came out with a raw stone in his hand. He walked to the stone-cutting machine and handed it to the stone-cutting machine nervously. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray hurriedly came to the side and asked a middle-aged man who was watching the scene, "Brother, can you please tell me what's going on with this stone-cutting machine?" The sudden sentence directly stunned the middle-aged man. He turned his head. When he saw Lin Ray, he smiled. "Sure, I see that it's your first time here. Then I'll give you the knowledge you've seen for free. Here, it's a stone gambling den that can make people rich or bankrupt overnight. Stone gambling has a great background and a lot of knowledge. Simply put, stone gambling depends on luck and foresight. If you choose a raw stone with good quality, no matter what's inside, as long as it's there, you'll definitely make money. If you're lucky, you'll probably be finished for the rest of your life. And not only that, this jade also has grades. For example, the Emperor grade, old type, new type, glass type, ice type, egg white type, bean type, oily green type, blue flower, blue water, clear water, and so on. These types are all graded, especially the Emperor glass type. This kind of jade is suitable for the Emperor of the jade type. As long as it's the size of a thumb, it's worth hundreds of millions. Of course, it depends on your luck. However, I advise you not to waste your time here. There hasn't been jade here for a long time. Linley stood to the side and listened quietly. After listening to some simple knowledge, he thanked the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. "Thank you for your teaching, brother, but I still want to gamble here. If there is really jade, then it means that I'm very lucky. But if there is no jade, then I'll give up on making a fortune." After that, Lin Ray came to the stone-cutting machine again and watched the whole process attentively. Alas, if you don't listen to good words, you will suffer losses. Seeing Lin Ray's action, The middle-aged man did not stop him too much. After all, he did not know this young man. At this time, Lin Ray, after watching for a few hours, had already understood all these things, so there was no need to continue watching. Leaving the crowd, Lin Ray walked into the shop and looked at the glittering raw stones. For a time, his divine sense was released instantly and fell directly on the raw stones on the shelf. Slowly, Lin Ray began to explore whether there was jade in the dead raw stones, but after checking a lot, there was no jade. After exploring all the raw stones, he only found a raw stone that looked like a silkworm baby. Alas, it seems that those who come here will lose everything. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray sighed and quickly walked forward, then picked up the raw stone with a silkworm baby and came to the stone-cutting machine. At this time, the owner of the raw stone shop noticed the raw stone in Lin Ray's hand and immediately came up and asked Lin Ray with a smile, "Little brother, do you want to buy this raw stone? Well, how much is it?" Looking at the shop owner, Lin Ray did not have much interest in talking to him, so he directly replied in the simplest language. Looking at the little brother's appearance, "I guess you're still a student. Then I won't say the high price. You can just give me 1,500 yuan directly." Hearing the boss's words, Lin Ray lit up. Then his divine sense swept through the raw stone shop and instantly found the place where the money was placed. Schwa! In the blink of an eye, Lin Ray left the place, then took out a few thousand yuan from the place where the money was placed, and then returned to the place in an instant. Well, it's really not very expensive. He reached out and took out a few thousand yuan, then counted 15 notes and handed them to the boss. Then he turned to the stone-cutting machine and said to the stone-cutting machine, "Master, you have to be careful with my stone. From here to here, first cut off the places I drew on the two sides, then grind the remaining places with a mill." With that, Lin Ray drew the place to be cut on the stone with the chalk next to him. "Okay, but this is what you said. If you cut it wrong, don't blame me." "Well, except that I will take responsibility for anything. Just do as I say. But remember, don't cut it crooked." With that, Lin Ray did not talk anymore. He took a step back and directly left the battlefield to the stone-cutting machine. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the stone-cutting machine's face, and then he cut it with a serious face. At this moment, everyone showed nervous, scared, and excited expressions. Only Lin Ray, the person involved, looked relaxed with a smile on his face. He looked at all this with a relaxed face, as if the raw stone being cut now was not his own. At this time, a middle-aged man with one eye, wearing a formal suit and a smile on his face, passed by Luo Yu Pavilion. When he saw Lin Ray, he suddenly became interested and walked up. At this time, Lin Ray's raw stone had been cut in half. Chapter 183. It's out. When the stone was cut halfway, a person with sharp eyes suddenly saw the jadeite in the stone the moment it was cut open. At the same time, this sentence attracted everyone's attention to Lin Ray's stone. F***CK, this kid is so lucky. We've been waiting here for so long, and he actually got it behind our backs. Yeah? Who said it wasn't? I don't know how much money I've spent on this stone, but until now, I haven't even gotten a single one. I didn't expect this kid to. The heavens are so unfair. When Lin Ray's stone was exposed, the onlookers all began to bemoan the state of the universe, but their eyes didn't leave the stone that was being cut for a moment. The squeaking sound was like a saw, pulling back and forth in everyone's hearts. Although the stone in the stonecutter's hand wasn't theirs, even if it wasn't, they were still very nervous looking at it. "Hee, little brother, is this raw stone yours?" At this time, the man in a suit walked up the mountain and asked the calm Lin Ray curiously. "Yes, it's mine." Looking at the man in front of him, Lin Ray didn't seem to want to hide anything and said calmly, "Oh, aren't you nervous? According to my observation here for such a long time, when people gamble on stones, when the stonecutter opens their stones, everyone will be nervous. But when I look at you, little brother, I always feel a sense of mystery." "Oh, is that so?" "I don't think so, but you're right. I'm not as nervous as they are. Moreover, this stone is mine." After saying that, Lin Ray didn't intend to continue talking to the middle-aged man. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the stonecutter. His eyes were fixed on the stone that was about to be cut open. Slowly, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more intense. In the end, everyone was silent. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stone, and everyone's hands were red from clenching their fists. It was as if the stone that was being cut open was their own. Time passed little by little. The originally gloomy sky was now pitch black. The whole street of the stone gambling house was lit with fire. The scene was spectacular. At this time, Lin Ray's stone selection was nearing the end. Slowly, the stonecutter began to polish the stone according to Lin Ray's request. The stone fragments fell little by little, and the atmosphere at the scene became more dignified. "Ah, looks like it's almost done." Slowly, the jade and the stone appeared in front of everyone. Finally, an ice silkworm the size of a thumb appeared in the stonecutter's hand. It's out. Oh my God, I haven't seen it for a long time." The ice silkworm in the stone has already taken shape. When the ice silkworm jade appeared in front of everyone, everyone was excited. Everyone revealed a look of ecstasy. Their whole body was trembling, not knowing whether it was because of excitement or exhaustion. Little brother, this is the stone that you asked me to cut open for you. It's been a few years, and it's a formed ice jade." At this time, the stonecutter's ice silkworm walked to the front of Lin Ray. With a trembling voice, he handed the ice silkworm to Lin Ray. However, his eyes never left the ice silkworm in Lin Ray's hand. Thank you very much." Looking at the ice silkworm in his hand, Lin Ray's face revealed a smile. He walked to the front of everyone, opened his hand, and announced in a loud and deafening voice to the people present. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a big decision. However, in Lin Ray's eyes, it was not a big deal at all. "Everyone, I've cut out an ice silkworm here today. Although I don't know how much this is worth, I'm in urgent need of money now, so I'll buy some on the spot. If you're interested, name your price." After he finished speaking, Lin Li turned his gaze to the people present and looked at them with a smile on his face. "Really, F***, aren't you talking nonsense? Didn't this little brother say that if you don't want it, then I'll take the initiative? Little brother, I'm finished with this ice silkworm. I'll pay 2 million. I don't know what you think of this price." At this time, a person said the price in his heart to Lin Ray. His eyes were full of passion as he looked at the ice silkworm in Lin Ray's hand. However, Lin Ray saw greed in this person's eyes. This depends on whether anyone is willing to pay a better price. I'm not familiar with this industry, so sorry." After speaking, Lin Ray once again looked at the crowd. He wanted to see if there was anyone here who knew the value and was willing to pay a high price for it. Moreover, Lin Ray was also very curious about how much this stone could be sold for. "I'll pay 3 million. This ice silkworm is mine. I'll pay 4 million. 5 million. 6 million. Just like this, the news of Lin Ray opening an ice-type ice silkworm instantly spread throughout the street of the stone gambling den. More and more people came here, and the price was getting higher and higher. As a result, the smile on Lin Ray's face became even brighter. At this moment, the price has risen to 16 million. At this moment, Lin Ray doesn't know if they're doing it for this ice silkworm or for their face. "I'll pay 25 million. A voice that couldn't be ignored, suddenly came from behind. Lin Ray curiously turned around and saw that it was the middle-aged man who spoke to him just now. "I'll pay 25 million. I don't know if this little brother is willing to part with it." It was this voice that directly covered the voices of everyone present. At this moment, the scene was silent. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man who was offering 25 million. I didn't expect you to be a rich man. No wonder you were so calm when you saw the ice silkworm." The middle-aged man slowly came in front of Lin Ray and directly handed a card to Lin Ray. "This card has 25 million. If possible, we can exchange the money and the goods at the same time." "Okay, we'll do as you say. Lin Ray didn't hesitate. 25 million wasn't attractive to Lin Ray at all. Even if the middle-aged man in front of him wanted to go back on his word, he could kill him in one breath. Therefore, Lin Ray didn't hesitate and simply took the card from the man's hand. Oh, right, the password is 6 sixes. If you want to change it, then change it. The moment the middle-aged man took the ice silkworm, he remembered that he didn't give Lin Ray the password and quickly said it. Well, I got it. After speaking, Lin Ray turned and walked outside because all the raw stones in this shop had been scanned by his divine sense. Except for the raw stone just now, the rest were all broken stones, so Lin Ray didn't need to bring them here. Everything ended after Lin Ray left. The middle-aged man also left here after getting the ice silkworm, but he didn't leave this stone gambling street. Instead, he went to another place. Of course, Lin Ray didn't leave because he hadn't reached the number he thought of, so Lin Ray continued to look for the next shop. But this time, the shop that Lin Ray came to was not as good as before. It was a very small shop. Lin Ray, who chose the shop, walked in quickly. The moment he came in, Lin Ray released his divine sense and began to check the raw stones in the shop one by one. Yo, little brother, I wonder what kind of diamond you want. We have expensive ones, cheap ones, and even medium ones. We can recommend raw stones that are more suitable for you according to your financial conditions. Oh no, I'll take a look myself. Just as Lin Ray was checking the raw stones, the shop owner came in front of Lin Ray and began a wave of verbal bombardment. Then he was sent away by Lin Ray. Oh, okay. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me. After speaking, the shop owner smiled and nodded, then turned and walked back to his original place. Lin Ray was also able to calm down. Slowly, just after the shop owner left, Lin Ray's face showed a happy smile. Just when Lin Ray thought that this shop was ready to give up like the previous shop, an unexpected surprise appeared in Lin Ray's mind. In a corner of the shop, there was a big stone covered with dust. It seemed that no one had cleaned it for a long time and no one cared about it. It was hidden in the corner, but this was what made Lin Ray happy. Just now, when Lin Ray explored the stone with his divine sense, he found that there was a beautiful, very beautiful jade hidden in this stone, and Lin Ray believed that in this stone there would be a better and better jade than before. Not only that, the jade in this stone was not ordinary. Lin Ray had seen that the jade in the raw stone was at least the size of a football. Boss, I'm coming. When Lin Ray decided to buy the raw stone, he shouted at the door of the shop. After a while, the shop owner's voice came. He still had a smile on his face, and he came in front of Lin Ray and asked, "Little brother, have you chosen the raw stone?" "Well, not bad. I have chosen this raw stone, but I don't know how much it will cost." Hearing the shop owner's words, Lin Ray pointed at the raw stone he wanted. However, when the shop owner saw that the stone pointed at by Lin Ray was a stone that had been in their shop for more than 10 years, he couldn't help but laugh for a while. Chapter 184. What's wrong? Seeing the shop owner's expression, Lin Ray revealed a puzzled expression and asked him, Hee, little brother, I'd advise you to change to another one. This raw stone has been in the shop for more than 10 years, and no one has bought it. Do you think it's possible to cut out jade from such a big raw stone? Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing the shop owner's explanation, Lin Ray came to a realization. However, if he didn't have his divine sense, he wouldn't be so sure. It's all right, boss. You just have to tell me how much this raw stone is. I've already taken a liking to it. Seeing the young man's determined gaze, the shop owner didn't say anything else and could only agree. All right, since little brother is so sure, then I'll take 1,000 from this stone. Since it's been in the shop for so long, little brother can help me deal with it. All right, deal. After taking out a stack of RMB from his pocket, he counted out 10 bills and handed them to the shop owner. Then, he carried the stone and went to the stone cutting area at the entrance. Master, please help me cut out this raw stone in my hand. The reward is negotiable. Oh, at this moment, the stone cutter noticed the stone in Lin Ray's mouth. His face showed interest as he smiled and said, Little brother, don't tell me this stone is from the shop beside mine that hasn't been sold for more than 10 years. That's right. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Hearing the stonecutter's words, Lin Ray didn't hide it and said it directly. "Oh, nothing. I just feel that little brother is different from ordinary people. I didn't expect you to buy something that others don't even want. I'm really impressed." As he spoke, the stonecutter took the stone in Lin Ray's hand and sat down. He was about to start cutting the stone, but he was stopped by Lin Ray. "Master, please follow the line I drew and slowly cut it. After it's cut, use a grinder to polish it. You must be careful." Linley didn't even wait for the stonecutter's reply. He immediately cut the stone to a very small amount, picked up a piece of chalk, and began to draw on the large stone alone. This scene attracted the interest of the passers-by. All right. Anyway, you're the one who bought it. You can cut it however you want. Don't blame me if you break it." As he spoke, the stonecutter didn't stop Lin Ray. Instead, he began to prepare for the stonecutter. More and more people gathered to watch, so much so that the road was blocked by the crowd. Soon, Lin Ray drew how to cut the line. Then, he pushed it aside and sat on the chair that had already been prepared. He quietly waited for the end of the stone cutting. Damn, this young man can still sit there calmly under such circumstances. It's really not easy. Yes, there was only one person on this street who could do this. It can only be Grandmaster Yuan. I just don't know where Grandmaster Yuan is and whether he can return here. At this time, after the group of people saw Lin Ray's appearance and attitude, they all revealed expressions of admiration and started discussing. Their voices were so loud that even Lin Ray, who was sitting far away, could hear them clearly. "All right, little brother, I'll cut it according to the line you drew. Don't blame me if anything happens. I know. Other than anything else, I'll take care of everything. Don't feel burdened. Calm down and take it slow. There's no rush." Seeing the stonecutter's appearance, Lin Ray understood his feelings very well. Therefore, Lin Ray didn't say too much. Instead, he let the stonecutter begin to dissect the raw stone. Squeak, 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 squeak. At the same time, this sound also meant that the stonecutter was about to start cutting the stone. Therefore, after a while, many people came here. Of course, Lin Ray also saw a familiar person in the crowd. It was the person who bought his ice silkworm. Lin Ray noticed him. At the same time, he also noticed Lin Ray. Then, they smiled at each other and walked towards Lin Ray. After a while, they arrived in front of him. "Little brother, this stone will be fine. You're cutting the stone you bought, right?" As soon as they arrived in front of him, the middle-aged man said to Lin Ray. Moreover, his tone didn't contain any guesses. It was as if he already knew beforehand. "Yes, that's right. I'm not that talented. I just saw a stone that I liked, so I bought it. As soon as I bought it, I couldn't wait to take it out to cut it. Who would have thought that the two of us would be so fated to meet again?" Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lin Ray directly answered the middle-aged man's question. His tone was full of determination. "Yes. Therefore, when I saw you, little brother, I knew that there must be a good piece of jade in this stone. Therefore, I still want to fight for it. All right, since that's the case, then let's wait for the stone to be cut. When the time comes, if there's really a piece of jade inside, you can buy it. Anyway, I'm short of money now." After saying that, Lin Ray's cousin closed her eyes. Of course, this was only what could be seen from the outside. Lin Ray had truly entered the system. When a middle-aged man saw that Lin Ray had closed his eyes, he didn't disturb him. Instead, he focused on the stone that was being cut. He wanted to see if this young man in front of him could cut out a piece of jade or not. At this time, Lin Ray had arrived in the system's cloud pagoda. Seeing Jean Ling and his other brothers who he hadn't seen for a few days, Lin Ray was very happy. His face revealed an excited smile. "Ling, how's your cultivation these past few days? Did you make any progress?" Right now, the first thing Linley did upon arriving at the Cloud Pagoda was to go to Jean Ling's room, where he had lived for 6 years. When he arrived, Jean Ling had finished her training. Linley happily walked over, wrapped his arm around Jean Ling's waist, and began to greet her. You're still talking about it. It's been so many days, and this is the first time you've come to see me." Hearing her tone, Lin Ray knew that Jean Ling was angry. He helplessly coaxed her. "All right, Linger, you know me. I hate it when you're like this because of unimportant things. Moreover, I just returned home a few days ago and haven't arranged everything yet, so I can only let you stay here for a few days. However, I can promise you that after a few days, I'll let you out. At that time, I'll definitely make up for the pain of not seeing each other for a while. What do you think?" As he spoke, an evil smile appeared on Linley's face. His hands began to move, and in a short while, the two of them were panting. Fortunately, Linley was now only a divine sense and not a real body, so he could only enjoy the light with his mouth. The two stayed together for a long time before leaving Jean Ling's room. After coming out of Jean Ling's room, they went to see Bing, his younger brother, his 5 disciples, his 4 subordinates, Dian Wei and Bai Qi. After that, Lin Ray returned to the main world. When he opened his eyes, Lin Ray saw that everyone was excited. Their faces were sweating because of excitement. Lin Ray didn't understand this scene. Damn, isn't it just a piece of jade? Is there a need to be like this? After saying that, Lin Ray stood up and came to the side of the stonecutter. When he saw that half of the raw stone had been opened and the jade had been exposed, coupled with the burning and greedy eyes of the surrounding people, Lin Ray could guess that this must be a very good and high-grade jade. Haha, little brother Yuan Zhongtian have not admired many people in my life. Now, I admire you very much. I believe that if my father was here, you two would definitely become bosom friends. At this time, the middle-aged man came to Lin Ray's side and said dangerously to Lin Ray. His eyes were full of admiration, which made Lin Ray feel a little awkward. "Oh, brother Yuan, you don't have to be so polite. I just got it by accident. How can I be like you? 25 million in one shot. A poor man like me can't be admired by brother Yuan." "Haha, brother, you are really not an ordinary person. Well, I won't say any polite words. I have seen the type of jade of your jade. It is a glass type of imperial jade that hasn't appeared for a long time. Moreover, it is a rare red glass type. So, I have a personal relationship with you. I can give you the highest grade of this jade as long as you can buy it for me." After saying that, Yuan Zhongtian took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Ray. He said to Lin Ray, "Little brother, this is my business card. I am Yuan Zhongtian, the chairman of a jewelry group. This time, I came here to see if there is any good jade here. I hope you can sell this red glass type imperial jade to me." Hearing Yuan Zhongtian's words, Lin Ray took the business card in front of him and smiled at him. "Okay, I can give this imperial jade to you. However, you have to help me with a few things. Of course, I will not treat you badly. If you're in a life and death situation in the future, I can help you solve all the problems. Of course, my promise is only a one-time thing." Upon hearing Linley's words, Yuan Zhongtian's anxious heart finally relaxed as he asked Linley with a smile on his face. "Okay, I don't know what you want me to do. As long as I can do it, I will do it." "Okay." Hearing Yuan Zhongtian's words, Lin Ray didn't hide anything and directly told him what he wanted. "I want you to give me an ID card, the kind that is valid. Also, help me buy a car. It doesn't have to be too good, as long as it can come. Then, help me get a driver's license. Finally, prepare a house for me in Yinjing. As for what kind of house, you can decide." Chapter 185. Well, there's nothing else. It's just that it's a little troublesome to apply for an ID card. But don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. Hearing Yuan Zhongtian's words, Lin Ray's face showed a smile. At this moment, he also had a plan in his heart. "Mr. Yuan, I have a request. If it's possible, I believe it will be beneficial to both of us." "Oh, what? Hee, it's nothing. I just want to use my imperial glass type jade to join your jewelry company. I believe that with this jade, you will definitely have a high achievement in the jewelry industry all over the world. Perhaps you can even become the leader of the jewelry industry in the world." The sudden words stunned Yuan Zhongtian. However, he was the director of a large company after all. He was a person in a superior position. After a while, he regained his senses and a smile appeared on his face. "Hee, perhaps you're right. My company naturally doesn't need any more people to join it. Furthermore, I don't need them. So I'm sorry. However, if little brother needs help, I can help. Sigh. What a pity. After hearing Yuan Zhongtian's words, Lin Rei, who had been waiting for an answer, showed a regretful smile on his face. Then he closed his eyes again and sent his divine sense into the cloud tower. When Yuan Zhongtian saw this scene, he didn't say anything and could only smile. Then he focused all his attention on the cutting of the imperial glass-type jade. After returning to the cloud tower, Lin Rei didn't go anywhere. He directly went to the place of the dark group. Greetings, Sect Master. As soon as he entered the dark group, all the members of the dark group felt Lin Rei's arrival, and all of them stopped cultivating. Well, all of you get up. Now, 15 of you will jump out and dress up like me with short hair. Then, you should be able to change your weapons. So, I'll give you 5 minutes. 15 of you, gather at the entrance of the cloud tower. If you don't finish in the stipulated time, you will leave the dark group and go to different departments. After speaking, Lin Rei didn't give them a chance to speak and left the headquarters of the dark group. He came to the entrance of the cloud tower and quietly waited for the 15 members of the dark group to arrive. Time passed little by little. Soon, 5 minutes had passed. Lin Rei's 15 people had neatly arrived in front of Lin Rei. All of them stood straight on the spot and focused on Lin Rei. All right, we are no longer in the Tianxin continent. Here, there are no common cultivators, and there are no houses like the ones you used to live in. Here, the spiritual qi is extremely scarce. Everything here is high-tech. So, when you are outside, don't care about anything and don't do anything. I will give you time to familiarize yourself with this planet. After speaking, Lin Rei waved his hand, and the people disappeared from the system. All of them arrived at an alley not far from Lin Rei. At this time, all of them were wearing black suits and had short hair. Each of them was the standard of a handsome man. Okay, don't be confused. I'm not far from you. I'll release a bit of my aura and you'll naturally be able to find me. However, when you see me, don't call me Sect Master. Call me Young Master. Understand? When everyone suddenly appeared here and saw that the lights around them were the same, but different from what they had seen before, they had a confused expression. However, Lin Rei's voice interrupted them. Hearing Lin Rei's command, everyone looked forward and sensed that Lin Rei's aura had arrived. Along the way, no one poked their heads out of curiosity, and all of them were well-behaved. Black Shadow and the others greet the young master. The sudden voice drew everyone's attention to the young master. Everyone looked at Lin Rei strangely, especially Yuan Zhongtian, who had just rejected Lin Rei. How? How could this be? These people's auras are not inferior to mine. Moreover, in front of them, I feel very insignificant from the bottom of my heart. It's so insignificant that it's terrifying. When Yuan Zhongtian realized this feeling, he was extremely shocked. Cold sweat flowed down his face uncontrollably. Okay, that's enough. Stand by the side. When this matter is over, Black Shadow, send someone to follow Boss Yuan. When you get what I want, come back and call me. When he saw the arrival of the people from the Dark Department, Lin Rei didn't even raise his head as he instructed them. Yes, we will follow the young master's instructions. After saying that, Black Shadow picked out 2 people from the crowd and made them follow behind Yuan Zhongtian. Okay, I know that you must have a lot of questions at this time. However, you have to remember that I am not sure if there are any cultivators in this world. I don't want you to expose your identity in front of the crowd. No matter when, unless you meet an expert like you or something that you can't solve. Of course, the probability of this happening on this planet should be very small. However, just in case, I still have to remind you. With his eyes closed, Lin Rei instructed everyone through voice transmission. His tone was very serious, although nothing could be seen on the surface of the massage. Yes, we will follow the young master's instructions. We will definitely remember the young master's words and not expose our identity in front of the crowd. Okay, it's good that you know. After saying that, Lin Rei didn't say anything else. However, at this time, the scene of the stone cutting was very lively. Oh my god, it's finally out. It's really the Emperor glass type that hasn't appeared for a long time. Moreover, it's a rare blood red color. Alas, it seems that the boss who sold this stone will definitely be very distressed. Isn't that right? This is the Emperor glass type. Who wouldn't feel distressed? While everyone was talking, Lin Ray stood up and came in front of the stone-cutting master. He reached out and picked up the jade placed there. Then, he slowly came to Yuan Zhongtian's side. CEO Yuan, I'll give this imperial glass seed to you. Remember what you promised me before. In a while, my subordinates will follow you. I hope that everything can be settled in a short period of time. Although I don't have any concept of time, I hate those who waste time the most. As he spoke, Linley placed the imperial glass seed in front of Yuan Zhongtian. His tone was solemn. Yes, I know. However, I don't know your name, little brother. Or you could tell me your ID number. This way, I can get it done faster. He reached out and took the Emperor glass type. Then, he asked Lin Ray with a trembling voice. He didn't seem like he was rejecting him like before. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. My name is Lin Ray. As for my ID number, it seems to be 13,042. Of course, if I remember correctly. Yes, okay. Now that I know Mr. Lin's name and ID number, I believe that there will be results soon. After getting some simple information, Yuan Zhongtian revealed a smile on his face. Well, during this period of time, you have to protect CEO Yuan well. When you get what I want, you can come back. At that time, I believe that you will find me. Now that he understood everything, Linley spoke to the two subordinates who had gone to retrieve the items. Yes, we will definitely listen to you, young master. Everything was naturally settled. As for the Emperor glass type, Lin Ray wasn't afraid that Yuan Zhongtian would give him less because he didn't believe that Lin Ray had the guts to do so. All right, CEO Yuan, my matter here has been settled. I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. Yes, Mr. Lin. Take care. I will settle your matter as soon as possible and get it to you. After finishing his words, Lin Ray led the dark group out of the gambling den. Yuan Zhongtian stared blankly at Lin Ray's back view. For a moment, he regretted rejecting Lin Ray's request. All right, both of you, we have it too. Sorry for the inconvenience during this period of time. Once I'm done with your young master's matter, I'll give it to you immediately. It's fine, CEO Yuan. We're just following young master's orders, so... Hearing the two's words, Yuan Zhongtian's face showed a trace of awkwardness. Then he left with the two. He knew very well in his heart that the news of him getting the Emperor glass seed had spread. There might be some people who would come rob him. Although this was what he said, it wasn't without reason. Not long after Yuan Zhongtian left, a group of people followed him. If Yuan Zhongtian saw them, he would know that these people were the ones who opened the stone in the crowd just now. Hurry up. It's so strong. Such a big piece of Emperor glass type. I don't want to miss it. At this time, the leader of the group of people behind Yuan Zhongtian said to the dozen people behind him with greedy eyes, But big brother, won't we be arrested like this? My wife just gave birth 2 days ago. I don't want anything to happen at this time. You also know that I'm the only one in the family who can earn money to support the family. Shut up. It hasn't even started and you're already afraid. If you're afraid, get out of here. When the leader of the group heard what the person behind him said, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He shouted angrily at the man who had just spoken. Thank you. I'll leave now. After hearing the leader's words, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. All of you better remember this. In the future, don't let such people out. Don't need such people as my underlings. If any of you want to leave, will not stop you. Chapter 186. Yo, you're quite loyal, aren't you? I thought a robber like you would only care about your own memories and not the wishes of your brothers. The sudden voice startled everyone present. Following the arrival of the voice, a man walked out from a nearby street. He had a head full of white hair and was extremely handsome. It was Linley, who had already left. It's you? When the leader, Black Tiger, saw that the person who came was the seller, his face revealed a strange expression. That's right, I didn't want to come out, but you guys were dishonest. Tell me, of all the people you could rob, you had to have ideas about mine. You guys are really disobedient. At this time, Lin Ray's face revealed a regretful expression. Originally, Lin Ray had already left the gambling den, but after thinking about it, He came back to help Yuan Zhongtian deal with the tale behind him so that he could focus on his own matters. News. I advise you not to act rashly. Besides, that jade is no longer yours. Even if I really get it, it won't prevent you from getting the money. As long as you don't see us, after this matter is done, I will give you some money. What do you think? Ha! Ha! Suddenly, after seeing Lin Ray come out after hearing what he said, and with a disdainful smile on his face, Blackboard's face turned gloomy, and he couldn't help but ask, "You? What are you laughing at?" "Me?" After hearing Black Tiger's words, Lin Ray, who was laughing, said to him with a playful expression, "I'm looking for you. Do you think I care about that little bit of money? Besides, why should I cooperate with you guys? Do you have the qualifications?" At this point, everyone's face turned gloomy, but in the next moment, Black Tiger and the others all admitted defeat. "So, sorry, it's our fault. We won't dare to do it again. Let me go after you speak." Just as Black Tiger and the others were about to make a move, they suddenly saw a dozen people behind Lin Ray. Although all of them looked to be in their teens, they had already lost in terms of numbers. Remember this. There are some people that you can't afford to offend in your lifetime. So, this time, I'll treat it as a lesson for you. Next time, use your moves more cleverly. Don't fall. With that, Lin Ray retreated to the back. Then, more than a dozen people from the dark department came forward. "Let me out of the way. Don't kill them. Just break their bones." As soon as Linley finished speaking, the dozen or so members of the Dark Tribe sprang into action. Each of them was like a ghost, and they instantly appeared in front of everyone. There were Grand Ascension stage members of the Dark Tribe, and even if they didn't use spiritual power, they could use their physical strength to lift things that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, let alone a group of mortals who had never cultivated before. In the next moment, a group of miserable screams accompanied by the sound of bones breaking came from Black Tiger and his group. Immediately, the passers-by would take a detour. There were even some curious passers-by who would stand to the side and watch this scene. In less than a minute, everyone was dealt with. Then, they all retreated behind Lin Ray and stood there respectfully. Black Tiger, right?" Yes, I am Black Tiger." Lin Ray walked forward with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. He squatted in front of Black Tiger and said. When Black Tiger saw Lin Ray again, he looked at Lin Ray in horror and kept stepping back. However, at this time, after being tortured by the Dark Department, Black Tiger's legs were broken. At this time, he was lying on the ground, looking very pitiful. Remember, this is a lesson. Your injuries will be healed after a few months in the hospital. Take advantage of these few months in the hospital and think carefully. See if you dare to rob again in the future. After saying that, Lin Ray didn't say anything else. He stood up and left with everyone. At this time, Black Tiger was lying on the ground, regretting that he didn't listen to the words of his brothers. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Fortunately, not long after Lin Ray left, the onlookers made a call for help. Not long after, Black Tiger and the others lying on the ground were taken away. At the hospital, after Black Tiger and the others were taken to the hospital, they found a doctor. When the doctor checked their injuries, his face showed a trace of surprise. How? How is this possible? How can the injuries be so perfect? Every broken part is just right. It didn't cause an irreversible situation for them in the future. At this time, the nurse standing next to him showed a trace of doubt after hearing the doctor's words. She wanted to say something a few times, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Little song, the injuries of the people here are not serious. Just treat them according to the fracture injuries. I believe that not long after, they will be better. Moreover, their bones will be stronger and more robust than before. After giving his instructions, the attending doctor left through the door of the ward, leaving behind the nurse, who was even more confused after hearing what he said. She stood in the same spot and stared blankly at Hu and the others who were lying on the bed and howling in pain. At this time, after Lin Ray walked out of the Gambling Stone house, he found a 5-star hotel and booked a suite. Then he walked in. Originally, a 5-star hotel required an ID card to book a room. However, Lin Ray used an illusion and directly said his previous ID card number. Then, he paid the money and successfully booked a room. At this time, in the room, Lin Ray let the dark operation and the others stay in other rooms. Then he let Dong Xiaonan out. The moment the young man came out, he observed the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. The changes in the surrounding environment. A trace of shock appeared on his face. What's wrong, young man? Are you shocked by this place? Are you shocked by the lack of spiritual energy on this planet? Yes. Dong Xiaonan, who was looking at new things, expressed his doubts after hearing Lin Ray's words. Brother Lei, where's this place? Why is there such a lack of spiritual energy? Also, why are there such houses here? And why are the heights of each house so high? Sigh, this is my hometown. This is the knot in my heart. This time, I came back to settle my mortal fate and then return to the cultivation world with peace of mind to cultivate. If I don't settle my mortal fate, I'm afraid that my cultivation will stop at a certain level for the rest of my life. At this time, Lin Ray said to Dong Xiaonan with a worried face. There was even a sigh in his tone. What? Underscore? Hearing Lin Ray's words, a trace of shock appeared on Dong Xiaonan's face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Brother Lei, you said that this is your hometown. Does that mean that you're not from the Tianxin continent at all? Yes, that's right. With that, Lin Ray stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the scenery outside and told the young man behind him about his situation. Of course, he ignored everything about the system. A long time later, after Linley had explained everything, the room was completely silent. Only after a long time had passed did Dong Xiaonan speak once more. Brother Lei, what are you going to do next? Next, I'll be staying in my hometown for a long time. During this time, I have to do something. So, I called you out so that you can learn all the knowledge in this space and then open a company here. I believe that you're very talented in this area. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to make the Jiutian Trading Company so big in the Tianxin continent. When Dong Xiaonan heard Linley's words, a smile appeared on his face, and he promised Linley that he would do so. Brother Lei, don't worry. I'll definitely study hard. I believe that before long, there will be a company for us all over the planet. Yes, I have faith in you. After hearing the young man's determination, Lin Ray told the young man the basic use of a computer. Then, he gave him a bank card with more than 20 million yuan. After telling the young man how to use it and what to use it for, Lin Ray walked out of the hotel. In these few days, the two members of the dark operation who were sent by the Black Shadow to help Lin Ray with his things came back. They also brought back Lin Ray's ID card. At the same time, they also brought back the key to a villa in Yinjing Tianwan Garden, the property certificate, an off-road vehicle, and a driver's license. Yes, they brought it back. Because the members of the dark operation didn't know what it was, they could only put the car into the storage ring. After seeing all this, Lin Ray was very happy. After giving some instructions to the young man, Lin Ray left the rest of the members of the dark operation behind. He only brought the Black Shadow with him and drove back to his hometown, Shanghai. Shanghai wasn't very far from J City. It only took 5 or 6 days to drive. Lin Ray knew how to drive, but because he didn't have a car before, at this moment, he finally experienced the thrill of driving. Although Lin Ray could reach the place he wanted to in an instant without using any means of transportation, Lin Ray still felt that driving was much better than reaching the place in an instant. Inside the car, Linley was playing music, and he looked relaxed. When the Black Shadow next to him saw this, he couldn't help but want to try his hand at driving. What's wrong? Are your hands itching to try? Lin Ray, who was sitting in the driver's seat, said to the Black Shadow with a smile after seeing his appearance. Sect Master knows me well. After seeing that his thoughts were seen through by the Sect Master, his face showed an embarrassed smile and said to Lin Ray, Okay, since you want to come, then come. Anyway, there will be a long time for you to drive in the future. Take advantage of this time. You can learn how to drive so that I don't have to call you in the future. With that, Lin Ray stopped the car and changed places with the Black Shadow. Then, step by step, he patiently taught the Black Tiger. Chapter 187. Time passed little by little. Along the way, Lindley taught Black Tiger the basic information of this space, the way of life, and everything he had seen. At the same time, after a few days of driving, he finally returned to the place he had missed for more than 10 years. His hometown, Shanghai, where his parents lived. Huff! Huff! At this time, they had arrived at Shanghai. After getting out of the car, Lin Ray stood by the roadside and looked at this familiar place. He was very nervous, but at the same time relaxed and nervous at the same time. Ha! Mom, brother, sister, I'm finally back. I can see you again at noon. How have you been? At this moment, Lin Ray didn't know why, but he had never shed a tear. Even when he was in the Tianxin continent, he didn't shed a tear. But at this moment, tears flowed out uncontrollably, but he was crying with a smile on his face. Young master, are you all right? At this time, the black shadow who was waiting by the side saw his young master's appearance and walked up to him at a loss. Sigh, I'm fine. All right, you can go to the villa in Beijing first. The things I gave you these few days should be enough for you to find. You should familiarize yourself with the place. By the way, when you arrive at the villa, help me arrange a room. When everything here is over, I'll go back to find you. After a long time, Lin Ray wiped the tears on his face and said calmly to the black shadow behind him, Yes, your subordinate will go to Beijing now. But how about I send you to your residence first? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the black shadow agreed immediately. But when he remembered that he wasn't home yet, he quickly said to Lin Ray, No need, you go first. You don't have to worry about this place. Hearing Black Tiger's words, Lin Ray smiled, then turned around and walked toward the bustling city. And the black shadow followed Lin Ray's instructions. After watching Lin Ray leave, he drove back to Beijing. Haha, I didn't expect that in just 2 years, this place would change so much. I almost can't recognize the road anymore. After Lin Ray left alone, on his way home, he looked at the changes in his surroundings. For a moment, his heart was filled with emotions. Arriving at the side of the road, Lindley hailed a taxi, and the taxi came to a stop in front of him. Little brother, where are you going? To the Rain District, let's go. A person asked Lin Ray with a smile on his face when he saw the person sticking his head out of the car window. However, after Lin Ray told him where he was going, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. Oh, so it's like that. All right then, come on up. At this moment, the chauffeur's words were no longer as friendly as before. Now, he was cold and indifferent, and his eyes were filled with disgust. All right, opening the door, Lin Ray sat in the car with a smile on his face. He didn't change his expression because of the driver. The car started moving. Along the way, Lin Ray looked left and right at the changes in the city he grew up in. The smile on his face grew wider. However, to the chauffeur, his expression was just that of a country bumpkin entering the city. Master, we've changed a lot in the past few years. It's only been 2 years, and I almost can't recognize the crying when I go home. Finally, after familiarizing himself with the changes in everything, Lin Ray sat up straight and said to the chauffeur, Yes, it's quite big. The standard of living has also improved in the past few years. People nowadays are basically well off. Oh, after hearing the chauffeur's words, Lin Ray didn't say anything else. He could tell that the chauffeur didn't want to talk to him that much. Half an hour passed. Finally, he stopped listening. However, the situation in front of him wasn't that great. Those who lived here were poor people. The reason it was called the Rain District was because it was a slum. This place was a disgrace to the rich. Therefore, apart from those who were born here and those who didn't have money, basically no one would come here. Even the taxi drivers mostly came here for money. Young man, you're here. The total is 89. Hearing the chauffeur's words, Lin Ray opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the place where he had lived for more than 10 years. He felt very close to this district. You can have this. Keep the change. Lin Ray took out a red Bull from his pocket and threw it directly at the chauffeur. Then, he opened the door and walked towards the slum in the eyes of the rich. At this time, the chauffeur who had the money thrown at him by Lin Ray was stunned. The disgust from before disappeared, and there was even a trace of regret in his heart. After seeing Lin Rei's back, the taxi drove forward. Lin Rei arrived at the rain district. Following the route in his memory, he quickly arrived at his old home. This was a house that wasn't particularly good. It even leaked when it rained. It wasn't very big, and as long as it was in Lin Rei's heart, it was a place that could make him feel warm at this time. Looking at the house in front of him, Lin Rei walked forward, gently pushed the door open, and stepped in. Mom, I'm back. Lin Rei is back. These words came out of Lin Rei's mouth as he walked into the house. His voice was trembling, and tears flowed out of his eyes uncontrollably. The tears had already blurred his vision. Who are you? Who's your mom? I'm really young. How could I have a son as old as you? At this time, a very discordant voice entered Lin Rei's ears. He was excitedly waiting for his mother to appear. Hearing that something was wrong, Lin Rei wiped the tears in his eyes and raised his head to look at the middle-aged woman at the door. Lin Rei was sure that this was not his mother. Who are you? Why are you here? Where's my mother? What do you mean, your mother? Why did I rent this house? It's already been a year and a half. Hey, I haven't asked you yet. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Boom! After hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Lin Rei's mind went blank for a moment, and his mouth kept muttering, a year and a half. How could this be? At this time, Lin Rei didn't want to believe this fact, but the reality was so cruel. There was no other way. No, it's impossible. How could this be? No. Tell me, where did the people who used to live here go? At this moment, Lin Rei went crazy. At this moment, he released the cultivation of the middle stage of the crossing tribulation realm. One of his hands directly reached in front of the middle-aged woman, strangling her neck, and said full of killing intent. How could it be possible? How could there be such a powerful cultivator in China? How could there be such a powerful cultivator in addition to us old guys? At this time, just when Lin Rei released the cultivation of the middle stage of the crossing tribulation realm, on a very high mountain in the south of China, an old man suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. He looked in the direction of Shanghai City, and his eyes were full of shock. Not only that, everywhere in China, the situation was similar to this old man. Several people saw Lin Rei release the cultivation of the crossing tribulation realm, and all of them looked at the place where Lin Rei was. Alas, it seems that China is going to be chaotic. In the next moment, all the people who came out of seclusion said this in unison. Their eyes were filled with helplessness as they turned around and walked towards their own residences. The culprit, Lin Rei, withdrew his cultivation at this time, but he didn't withdraw his hand that was strangling the middle-aged woman's neck. Tell me, where did the people who lived here go a year and a half ago? Ahem. Little brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that when I came here, they had already left. I don't know what happened either. However, I heard that the eldest son of this family suddenly disappeared. Then, the whole family moved to Beijing to seek help from some relatives. They haven't been back since then. I only know that. Please, let me go. The middle-aged woman had been scared silly by Linley's grip on her neck. She had wanted to instinctively cry out for help, but upon sensing the killing intent emanating from Linley's body, she didn't dare to. Oh, looking for relatives in Beijing. At this time, after hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Lin Rei put down his hand. His eyes were full of confusion as he looked in front of him and muttered to himself. How could there be relatives in Beijing? Mother has never mentioned it before. Moreover, the living conditions of relatives in Beijing should be pretty good. But why haven't I heard about it from my mother all these years? At this moment, Lin Rei's heart was full of doubts. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he felt that his mother wasn't as simple as she seemed on the surface. No, I must find Mother and ask her clearly. After arriving here, Lin Rei apologized to the middle-aged woman and then left the house that he used to live in. After walking out, Lin Rei came to a place where there was no one, and with a thought, he teleported to his house in Beijing. Oh, I didn't expect Yuan Zhongtian to be so good. This house is so big. It's not something that can be bought with 10 or 20 million yuan in Beijing. After teleporting to the villa that Yuan Zhongtian bought for him, he scanned it with his divine sense and knew every place in the villa like the back of his hand. Forget it. Money is just a worldly possession anyway. These things won't be of any use to me in the future. Let's find Mother first. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lin Rei released his divine sense with Lin Rei as the center. In an instant, Yanjing City appeared in Lin Rei's mind. Whether it was the streets, alleys, or mysterious places, everything appeared in Lin Rei's mind. Time passed by slowly, but in the end, Lin Rei still couldn't find his mother. For a moment, Lin Rei was furious. However, at this moment, he found two people in a school. Chapter 188. Xiao Feng, Xiao Rou, why are the two of them in this school? Shouldn't they be with their mother? Just as Lin Rei couldn't find his mother, he suddenly saw his brother and sister, whom he hadn't seen for many years, in a school. At this moment, the murderous aura on Lin Rei's face dissipated, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He no longer had that domineering aura from before. No, I can't find my mother. It's going to find Xiao Rou and Xiao Feng. I can ask them where they are. Thinking of this, Lin Rei released 1/3 of the dark group from the Cloud Pagoda in the system, which was more than 100 people. In an instant, because they didn't conceal their aura immediately before he said this, some people who had been hiding in various places in Huaxia for a long time all came out and looked at Yanjing. Everyone's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. If one looked closely, they could even see that their bodies were trembling. Ow! How could there be so many experts? At this moment, they all had the same thought. This thought was to find out where this group of powerhouses had come from as soon as possible. It wasn't just the experts who had secluded themselves from the world. Even in another room, a group of people had gathered together. Their eyes were filled with horror and fear as they looked at the middle-aged man sitting in front of them. Everyone had a lot of questions that they wanted to ask. I know that you all have a lot of questions, but I've never seen this kind of phenomenon before. According to the national statistics, this group of experts doesn't exist at all. So, it's hard to say whether they're friends or foes. During this period of time, we must guard Yanjing well. In 2 days, the #1 chief will give a speech here. So, during this period of time, all members must be mobilized. We must find out their existence during this period of time. Rumble. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, everyone stood up at the same time. Their eyes were solemn as they swore to the middle-aged man. Don't worry, team leader. We will do our best to track down the existence of this group of experts in the coming days. All right, it's the country's fortune to have all of you. It's the country's fortune and the people's fortune to have all of you in the Dragon Group. All right, since that's the case, let's take action. We must settle everything before the first chief arrives. If we can't settle it, inform the elders of the Dragon Group. After all, the safety of the first chief is the most important thing. Yes, we pledge our lives to complete the mission. As soon as everyone finished speaking, they began to move. After the middle-aged man finished his task, the 200 people in the room all rushed out. In an instant, the room was empty, except for the middle-aged man who stayed in the same place. I'd like to see who dares to come to Beijing and act so presumptuously. I guess the big families are starting to get restless now. Because of Lin Rei's decision, everyone in Huaxia, even the countries overseas, started to pay attention to Huaxia. Some countries even sent their top talents to Huaxia secretly. As for Huaxia, no matter if it was the sects or families, they started to lose track of the dark group the moment they appeared. Even more powerful people gathered in Beijing. They all had the same thought in their minds. They just wanted to see who could have such powerful experts. However, the culprit of all of this, Lin Rei, was currently in the most luxurious villa in Beijing, Tianwan Garden. All right, I called you guys out because I have something to tell you guys to do. As for Black Shadow, he's still on his way here. At this moment, Lin Rei nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the villa. Even though there were more than 100 dark group members in the villa, it didn't feel crowded at all. Dong dong. As soon as Linley finished speaking to the dark group, all of them knelt down on the ground. Their faces were filled with respect as they looked at Linley and replied, "We will obey the Sovereign's orders. We will definitely complete the Sovereign's mission with our lives." After all the dark group members knelt on the ground and spoke in a loud voice, Lin Ray was shocked. Perhaps it was because he had returned. "All right, you guys don't have to do this. You don't have to call me Sect Master when you see me in the future. When you're in the Sect, you can call me Sect Master. When you leave the Sect, you can all call me Young Master. Also, don't ever reveal your cultivation on this planet. Don't even reveal a bit of it. Unless you're in danger, try not to reveal your cultivation in front of others." Looking at the dark group members in front of him, Lin Ray knew that they would definitely follow his orders. However, just in case, Lin Ray felt that it was necessary to say it again. In this place, other than ordinary people, they're only ordinary people. I don't know if there are any cultivators, but just in case, you have to follow my orders. If I find out that someone doesn't follow my orders, then don't blame me for being heartless. Also, in this place, other than enemies, don't hurt ordinary people. Yes, we will follow Young Master's orders. We definitely won't dare to violate the rules set by Young Master. After hearing Lin Ray's words, the dark group members who were kneeling on the ground still obeyed, although their eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. "All right, all of you get up. In a while, I will pass on the basic rules of this planet to you. Also, in a short period of time, you have to change your hair and clothes according to my appearance. This way, it will be convenient for you to do things in the future. At the same time, you won't alert the enemy." After explaining all the important rules, Lin Ray told the more than 100 dark group members in front of him about his requirements. In an instant, everyone began to move. Although they were all Mahayana realm cultivators, their physical bodies were not as strong as Lin Ray's, so their hair could not keep up with Lin Ray's. In the following period of time, everyone followed Linley's instructions and shaved their hair into a crew cut. Their clothes were also changed according to Linley's instructions. They were all dressed in black suits and leather shoes. Everyone's appearance had changed. Well, not bad. In the future, you will stay in the villa without anyone to look after you. Although the spirit chi on this planet is extremely scarce, according to your current cultivation, it is no longer something that can be improved with spiritual power. I promise you that you will stay here for at most 10 years. After 10 years, I will take you to a planet with abundant spirit chi. Therefore, during this period of time, you have to improve your realm well to prevent your foundation from being unstable. Yes, we will follow Young Master's orders. Looking at their appearance, Lin Ray smiled and nodded. Then, he stood up from the sofa and looked at them. Suddenly, a hand touched his head and took out more than 100 jade stones. He counted according to the number of people in the dark group and copied all the necessary rules of society from his memory into more than 100 jade stones. This is for you. It is for you to learn to be like them on this planet. Therefore, you have to adapt to life here as soon as possible. With that, Lin Ray distributed more than 100 jade stones to the dark group. Then, he randomly picked 4 people and went outside the door. As for the others, they all sat cross-legged with the jade stones on their foreheads and familiarized themselves with the memories that Lin Ray had stored in the jade stones. The 4 people who followed Lin Ray to the door also stood behind Lin Ray respectfully. They looked at Lin Ray without saying a word, waiting for the new task. "Here, this is for you. In it, in addition to the necessary knowledge to survive in this society and some other necessary things, there will be new tasks in the next few years." With that, Lin Ray did not give the jade pendant to them. Instead, he directly held the jade pendant with both hands and used the chaos scripture to directly insert the 2 copied memories into the memories of the 4 people. This way, they could familiarize themselves with the necessary knowledge faster and also let them feel as if they had experienced it themselves. However, the most important thing was Lin Ray's task. Now, what I'm giving you is my memory. In this memory, there is a boy and a girl. They are my younger brother and sister. In the memory, there is also their current location. In a while, go to the car shop and buy a car. As for what kind of car it is, you can decide for yourself. Yes, the four of us will definitely complete the task given by young master. After hearing Lin Ray's instructions, they quickly nodded and agreed. But, young master, although we know how to drive and how to buy a car, we don't have money. We can't rob them, right? These words made Linley so angry that he fainted. Although Linley really wanted to beat up the person who had spoken, he still restrained himself. This time, you must bring them back in a high-profile manner. If there is a tail, don't worry about it. The moment you receive them, hurry back. Remember, you must pay attention to their safety. No matter what, their safety is the first priority. And you, although I don't know if there's a cultivator here, you still need to be careful. With that, Lin Ray took out a black card and his own identity card. After giving them to the four people in front of him, he took them back and let them leave. Oh, I want to see who it is that dares to risk his life to hide my mother. If I find out who it is, I will definitely exterminate your entire family, capture your souls, and let you experience the pain of purgatory for eternity. Chapter 189. At this moment, Lin Ray's face was extremely gloomy. He secretly swore in his heart that he would take revenge on those who bullied his mother and siblings. All of them had to be punished. At this moment, the Dark Unit members who were absorbing the memories that Lin Ray gave them all stood up at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock. They were very surprised in their hearts. They never thought that there would be such a planet. Without cultivation, they could kill a gold core master with a missile, although there weren't many missiles. Cough, cough. All right, since you have all learned modern knowledge, then let's take action. 30 people, go to J City and find Elder Dong. At that time, they will tell you the new mission. The next 30 people, all of you, hide in the surroundings of the villa. Without my permission, no one is allowed to appear here. Of course, the Dark Unit and my family are excluded. As for the people who give birth, they will be separated at the entrance. The extra people will take turns to replace them. Everything has been done to protect this villa. As for the mission of giving birth, let's wait for the four people who went out to come back. While they were still in shock, Lin Ray had also regained his calm and walked away. Lin Ray looked at them and ordered, "We will obey the young master's orders." In the next moment, all the people in the room disappeared in front of his eyes. However, they did not leave this place. As long as he scanned with his divine sense, he would be able to see them. They were all around the villa. Of course, this person must be as abnormal as Lin Ray. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Lin Ray's tense nerves relaxed at this moment. Then he brought his lazy body to the second floor, returned to his room, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. At this moment, the four people sent out by Lin Ray followed Lin Ray's instructions. After leaving the villa, they strolled to a 4S shop not far away. "Yo, you guys, are you here to buy a car, or?" Just as they arrived at the car shop, a shifty-eyed middle-aged man with a slightly sharp voice immediately walked out. He had a smile on his face as he spoke to the four members of the dark group. However, as he spoke, his saliva flew all over the place. "Not bad. Prepare 4 of your best cars for us. Remember, they must be the most expensive and the best. It's best if you can pick them up right now. Also, make sure that all the procedures are completed. Also, give us the license plates right now. If that's not possible, then I'm sorry, but we have no fate with this shop." At that moment, when the employee heard that they wanted to buy 4 cars, and that they wanted to buy the most expensive and best cars, he couldn't see the 4 people in front of him anymore. All he saw was cash. Sure. Now that you're back, we have all the services you want. We guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Please follow me. Let me introduce you to the 4 most expensive and best cars we have here. With that, the employee led the 4 people to the depths of the shop. Here, a total of 4 cars of different colors were placed here. If a normal person was here, they would definitely think that this scene was simply a beautiful scenery. However, it was a pity that these 4 people were not ordinary people. Okay, stop being long-winded. Hurry up and pick up the cars for us. As long as it's the best, hurry up and complete all the procedures. Remember, not only that, the interior decoration must also be the best. I hope it will be ready for me within half an hour. Hearing the impatient tone of the 4 people, the middle-aged man's smile on his face became wider. He turned his head with a smile and looked at the 4 of them. You guys, shouldn't we settle the bill first? Okay, go and settle the bill. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, one of the 4 members of the dark group took out a black card and threw it to the middle-aged man. Hiss! Suddenly, after the middle-aged man saw the black card in his hand, for a moment, there was a hint of greed in his eyes, but it quickly faded away. Okay. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the middle-aged man walked inside. After a while, the middle-aged man came out with the cards. His face was full of pride, and it was very infuriating. Okay, gentlemen, you spent a total of 16 million. Moreover, I guarantee that all your requests will be completed within half an hour. Taking the cards, the 4 members of the dark group smiled and nodded. Then, they sat on the chairs at the side. Time slowly passed, and soon, half an hour later, the middle-aged man came out again. Gentlemen, your car is ready. It's just outside the door. The gas is full. Everything is ready. If there is anything you need in the future, you can come to our shop. Okay. We will in the future. When the 4 members of the dark group heard the middle-aged man say that the car was ready and was parked outside the door, they did not want to stay here for a moment, let alone talk to the middle-aged man. After interrupting him, the 4 of them walked out of the door. After leaving the shop, they saw the 4 cars that were already prepared on the road. The 4 members of the dark group got into the cars respectively. After starting the car, according to the memory that Lin Ray gave them, they rushed out like fierce beasts. Lin Ray and Lin Feng were about the same age as Lin Ray. At this moment, they saw the famous Yenjing University. However, Lin Ray remembered that the conditions to apply for Yenjing University were very harsh. Even Lin Ray, who was in this aspect, might not be able to get in. Therefore, this was what made Lin Ray feel strange. 4 cars worth 16 million on the road. It was simply a beautiful scenery. After seeing the 4 cars, some women unconsciously separated from their boyfriends and walked a few steps to the side of the road. Soon, according to the memory, the 4 of them smoothly arrived at the entrance of Yenjing University. With a squeak sound, the 4 luxury cars came to the entrance of Yenjing University. The 360-degree drift directly shocked everyone present. After opening the door and getting out of the car, the 4 of them walked down. The whole handsome man and the luxury car was a perfect match. Although they were all Lin Ray's subordinates, each of them was already top-notch. Wow! At the moment when the 4 of them got out of the car, a group of infatuated women surrounded them and said intimately to several members of the dark group, "Brother Appa, can you leave your phone number with me? I admire you so much. Handsome brother, can you leave me your phone number? I like you so much." There were countless words like this, which directly made the virgin blush. Although they were all in the Dashang stage, they were only in their 20s after all, and the oldest was not more than 30 years old. How could they not blush in front of this group of women? Let's go. Let's pick up the young lady and the young master first. The man in the lead said to the other 3 members of the dark group. After that, the 3 of them nodded tacitly, then pushed through the crowd and walked into the campus. Along the way, there was no obstruction. According to the memory given to them by Lin Ray, the 4 of them quickly came to Lin Ro's classroom. It just happened that it was now the end of the class, so they did not receive anyone's obstruction. When the 4 of them were close to the classroom, they found the existence of their target. Several of them quickly came to Lin Ro and respectfully said, "The 4 of us are here to pick up the young lady." Originally, when the 4 of them came to the classroom, everyone in the classroom noticed them. When they saw the 4 of them walking in the direction of Lin Ro, everyone was stunned, of course, including Lin Ro. But when everyone saw the 4 of them coming to Lin Ro and calling her young lady, they were all surprised, of course, including Lin Ro. Big brothers, did you make a mistake? What young master and young lady? I don't know them. No, 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 young lady, please don't say that. You are the young lady, and we are subordinates. If the young master finds out about this, we will definitely not be able to bear the consequences. After the four of them heard Lin Ro's words, all of them trembled and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads uncontrollably. This? Bastards, who are you people? Hurry up and get out of here. Is my woman someone your young master can touch? At this moment, a jealous and angry voice came from the classroom door. In his hand was a bouquet of red roses. Although he was very handsome, compared to the four members of the dark group, he was still a far cry. Who is your woman? After hearing the words of the man at the door, Lin Ro was enraged and her body trembled uncontrollably. Don't deny it. Aren't you my woman? Even if you aren't now, you will be in the future. So, don't resist and obediently obey me. After saying that, the man slowly came in front of Lin Ro. His hands were ready to caress Lin Ro's face without restraint. No, don't. Seeing the scene again, Lin Ro's face was filled with fear as she took a step back. However, just as she was about to touch her face, a hand came from the side, accompanied by an angry voice. Aunt, you dare to touch my young master's sister. I think you really don't want to live anymore. At this moment, when one of the members of the dark group saw that the man was about to touch Lin Ro, one of his hands directly reached out and grabbed the man. Then, he threw him directly against the wall. Bang! After the man made intimate contact with the wall, he directly fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably as he looked at the person who hit him in horror. Kid, remember this. Our young lady is not someone you can touch just because you are hot. If you dare to do this in the future, it won't be as simple as vomiting blood so easily. After saying that, the four members of the dark group turned around, bent down, and said to Lin Ro again, Young lady, our young master is called Lin Ray. You should believe this. Chapter 190. Big Brother, it's impossible. Big Brother disappeared a few years ago. It's impossible. You're lying to me. At this moment, when Lin Ro heard the Dark Ops say that the young master was her big brother who had disappeared for 2 years without any news, the tears in her eyes flowed down uncontrollably. It can't be him. After he disappeared without a trace back then, we searched for him for a long time. We searched almost everywhere in the country. Even foreign countries put up missing person notices for him. But after so many years, as she spoke, Lin Ro's cries became more and more heartbroken. Her entire body was covered in tears as she desperately shook her head with a look of disbelief. Sigh, miss, what I said is true. Young master is really your long-lost brother. As for the specifics, we don't know. It's better to ask him personally when we get home. Our mission this time is to bring you back, young master. Although they said that, they didn't intend to force her. They just stood aside with their heads lowered, waiting for Lin Ro's answer. They're the four handsome guys driving luxury cars in front of the school gate, and each car is worth a few million. Just as Lin Ro was about to say something, Busy You, who had been sitting at the side looking at her phone, suddenly screamed and started taking photos of the four of them. She kept talking to the others, looking like a love-struck fool. Damn, it's really him. I didn't expect Lin Ro's family to be rich. Even my family can't take out so many cars at once. I didn't expect your family's servants to drive such good cars. Yeah, Lin Ro, I didn't expect it. It's been almost a year. You're so mean. No, you have to invite us to your house when you have time. Lin Ro, who was still undecided, was even more uncertain after hearing her classmates' words, because she knew that even if her big brother asked them to pick her up, they wouldn't drive such good cars. They didn't know, but she knew very well that her big brother didn't have so much money. At that moment, she was even more certain that the four people in front of her were bad guys. No, you're lying to me. Although I want to believe you, my brother didn't dong. Before Lin Ro could finish her words, a dark unit member slashed Lin Ro's back with a knife. Lin Ro instantly fainted in the arms of the person who attacked her. "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that the young master—" At this time, when the other three members of the dark group saw their companion's actions, their eyes widened. They looked at him with disbelief and fear. "Umph, even if young master wants to punish me, you can't always say it here. You know what if—" Hearing his companion's words and worry, the man said to the three of them. At the same time, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he stopped talking. "Sigh, fine. Since that was the case, they should hurry and find the young master. I hope young master can be more straightforward." After the discussion, they prepared to leave with Lin Ro. However, at this time, the people in the classroom were not willing to leave. Everyone hated the four members of the dark group. You can't take Lin Ro with you. Since she doesn't want to be with you, she must have her reasons. If you don't get Lin Ro's consent—" At this time, a man stood up and said to the four members of the dark group. His eyes were full of determination. "Umph, this has nothing to do with you. You better not find him and say anything." The four members of the dark group turned their heads and looked at the male student who was found. Their tone was full of threat. After that, the four of them walked out of the classroom with Lin Ro. Soon, they arrived at Lin Feng's classroom according to their memories. However, it was already time for class, so they did not rush in like before. Instead, one of them walked out of the classroom and knocked on the door gently. Dong, 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 the sound came. The teacher who was teaching heard the knocking on the door. The smile on his face instantly turned cold. He looked at the door unwillingly. "Come in, Jia." The door was pushed open. One of the four members of the dark group walked in and said to the teacher who had a bad expression, "I'm sorry, I want to see Lin Feng. I hope you can make an exception." When a man came in, he had already attracted the attention of the whole class. When he said Lin Feng's name, everyone's eyes were on Lin Feng. "Looking for me?" At this time, Lin Feng stood up. His eyes were full of uncertainty as he asked the man, "Yes, young master. I'm here on young master's orders to pick you and Miss up. If it's possible, please come with me to see young master." The member of the dark group did not beat around the bush. He directly told Lin Feng his purpose. However, this sentence made Lin Feng dumbfounded. His eyes were full of doubts. "Oh, if that's the case, then Lin Feng, you should go. You'll only affect the other students' time here." After hearing the man's words, the teacher hurriedly asked Lin Feng to follow him. But, okay. Lin Feng wanted to say something, but when he saw the teacher's expression, he compromised. He got out of his seat and followed the member of the dark group out of the classroom. However, when he saw his sister lying unconscious on a man's body, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He wanted to struggle, but the member of the dark group behind him knocked him out with a knife. "Okay, everything is settled. Let's hurry up and report back. I'm afraid that young master will be anxious." After hearing the man's words, they nodded at the same time. Then, they brought the unconscious Lin Feng and Lin Ro to the school gate. They put the two unconscious people in the car and drove away. The journey was smooth sailing, but the moment they left, in the former forest not far from the campus, a few people suddenly appeared there. Their faces were cold, and one of the men said to the others, "Quick, go back and report back. Ouyang Jing's children were taken away by a group of unknown people. We'll go after them now." "Yes, I'll go now." After one of the men heard this sentence, he did not even think about it. After he said that, he turned around and quickly disappeared in the opposite direction of the dark group. The few people who stayed in the same place drove to a place not far away. They got into their cars and chased after the dark group, speeding up all the way. As for the dark group, who were originally under Lin Rei's orders, when they left the school, they activated their divine senses and kept checking the surrounding 5 kilometers. As a result, a long time after they left the school, a group of cars suddenly appeared in the range of their divine senses. Oh, it seems that young master's guess is quite accurate. There really are people following Miss and the others. Seeing this, the dark group immediately drove the car at full speed and disappeared from the sight of the pursuers. After all, the difference between the cars was too big. One was a sports car worth millions, while the other was a Volkswagen worth hundreds of thousands. They were not on the same level at all. After seeing the car that took Lynn Rowe and the others disappear, the following cars all stopped in place. With murderous eyes, they looked at the place where the dark group disappeared and cursed fiercely. Damn it, don't let me see you again in the future. If I see you again, I'll beat your C's out. Seeing that the pursuit was fruitless, the few people drove the car and then drove away. This time, they did not drive as fast as before. On the other side, the dark group's cars were at full speed. It was like a scene of death on the road. They were so fast that the passers-by could only see a shadow passing by. Soon, after half an hour, the few people arrived in front of Lynn Ray's villa as they wished. After parking the car, they carried Lynn Rowe and Lynn Fong into the villa. The moment they entered the villa, they realized that there were many people here. They also knew that these people were their partners and brothers who were ordered to protect this place. The few people strolled into the villa. Seeing that the villa was empty and there was no sign of Lynn Ray, one of them came out and asked the others, "Brother, where did young master go? Why don't I see him? Young master seems to have fallen asleep in his room. I advise you not to wake him up. If there's anything, we'll talk about it when young master wakes up." Just as the man was talking to the air, a figure suddenly appeared and told him the whereabouts of Lynn Rowe. Okay, I got it. After learning of Linley's whereabouts, he thanked the person who had spoken to him and returned to the living room of the villa. "Let's go. Find a room and put them inside. Young master is sleeping now. We'll talk about it when he wakes up." The few people nodded in agreement after hearing the words of the man who came in. They followed the man's instructions and found a room for the two unconscious people. After putting them on the bed, they walked out. Time passed little by little. The originally clear sky slowly darkened and finally turned black. The lights in the villa were all turned on by the four people who were waiting for Lynn Ray. It was very dark outside, but in the villa, it was no different from daytime. Night fell. Originally, it wasn't very obvious during the day. At this time, if one looked down at this group of villas from the sky, they would definitely think that this place was very beautiful because at this moment, everyone had returned home and turned on the lights in their homes. One family was happy while the other was sad. On the other side, in a place where even the upper-class people might not necessarily be able to stay, a man was facing a few men in a room and scolding them with a furious tone. Chapter 191. Idiots, all of you are King idiots. Only a few of you can't handle it. You're the only ones who are cultivators. I think you don't need cultivation resources in the future. At this time, a middle-aged man said angrily to the people kneeling on the ground. His face was extremely ferocious and terrifying. As reporting to Master, it's not that we didn't work hard enough. It's just that the car those people were driving is really not something that we can compare to. Even if we are cultivators, at this time, a man kneeling on the ground, after hearing the words of the middle-aged man in front of them, said unconvinced. His face was full of doubts. Don't be like this. At this time, the middle-aged man who was also kneeling on the ground, after hearing his brother's words, wanted to stop him. However, it was too late. In the end, he couldn't stop him and let him speak. Bunch of trash. You didn't complete the task I gave you, but you still dare to talk back in front of me. I'm afraid you have forgotten who is in charge of this family now. After hearing the man's words, the middle-aged man who was called the patriarch was completely furious. He circulated the spiritual energy in his hand and directly hit the head of the man who talked back. Kacha! At this moment, the man's eyes became dull and his body collapsed to the ground weakly. His vitality dissipated. Luckily you talked back to me. You really don't want to live anymore. I gave you cultivation resources, and you dare to do this to me. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? At the same time, after seeing his brother being killed by the patriarch, the middle-aged man who was kneeling on the ground wanted to resist for a moment, but he didn't have the courage to stand up. In the end, he could only let it go. Okay, all of you get up. I know you're not convinced that I killed him, But you have to remember that in this world, you are not the strong. You are just the weak who rely on the strong. Since you are the weak, you have to be prepared to be the weak. The middle-aged man who was called the patriarch knew that they hated him in their hearts. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the principle of the world. It was not something they could change. I, Ouyang Tung, may be the newly appointed Ouyang clan leader, but I'm not someone that a mere chi refining disciple can talk back to. This time, I won't say anything. Next time, it won't be such a light punishment. Yes, we will remember your words in the future. We won't dare to do it again. Please allow us to bring my brother's corpse back. At this moment, the people kneeling on the ground said to Ouyang Tung. Their originally tense bodies relaxed after hearing Ouyang Tung's words. And go. By the way, find out who took Lin Feng and Lin Ro. No matter what method you use, if anyone dares to resist, you know what to do. At this point, Ouyang eyes flashed. A murderous aura burst forth from his body. Even the dumbest person would understand the meaning behind his words. Yes, we will definitely complete the task given by the patriarch. If we don't complete it this time, we won't go back. After they finished speaking, they saw Ouyang hand signal for them to leave. Without a moment's hesitation, they picked up their brother's corpse and left with a sorrowful expression. Who is it? Could it be the one from the Long family? But that's impossible. He doesn't know that Ouyang Jing has returned. Furthermore, those two people are not their sons. At this moment, Ouyang Tung saw that there was no one in the room. A cold, murderous aura burst out from his body. His eyes were full of doubts as he spoke to the air. Sigh, forget it. Anyway, their sons have already shown themselves. Even if we find them, they're not the sons of the Long family. After saying that, Ouyang Tung's face revealed a smile. He walked to the bed in the room and fell asleep. In the villa of Tianwan Garden, Lin Rei, who had slept for nearly a day, finally woke up in his room. After opening his eyes, he rubbed his sleepy eyes hard with both hands. He stood up from the bed, tidied his clothes, then pushed open the door and walked downstairs. At this time, the four people from the dark group, who had been standing in the living room, were still standing straight as before. They did not say a word. Oh, why are you standing here? At this time, after hearing the sound coming from the stairs, the four people all looked up. Following the sound of footsteps, they saw Lin Rei coming down. Young master, we were lucky enough to bring the young master and the young lady back. However, they didn't seem to believe that it was you who asked us to pick them up, so we had no choice but to knock them out and bring them back. When they saw Linley again, the man from the dark group who had knocked out Lin Feng and Lin Ro stood up and said to Linley, as if he had done something wrong and wanted Linley to punish him. No, young master, it's not like that. It's me. I knocked him out. If young master wants to punish someone, please punish me. No, it was me, no. Just when the man stood up to admit his mistake, the others also stood up and rushed to admit their mistakes. This made Lin Rei, who had just woken up, a little interested. Well, in this case, there must be punishment. Go, give me some ingredients for cooking. If you can do this well, I won't blame you for what you did before. If you can't even do such a small thing, then I will really doubt your strength. I'll buy ingredients. At this time, after hearing Lin Rei's task, they inadvertently shouted at the same time. Good. It seems that after merging with my memory, it is quite convenient and your analytical ability is quite strong. Since go quickly. Oh, by the way, where did you put the two little guys? At this time, Lin Rei suddenly thought of his younger brother and sister and suddenly asked them, Young master, we saw that you were resting, so we put them in a room next to the stairs. After hearing Lin Rei's order, they walked out of the door. Suddenly, Lin Rei's voice came from behind. They quickly turned around and answered. Okay, you can go now. After knowing where his younger brother and sister were, Lin Rei couldn't wait to stand up and walk to the room next to the stairs. Jia, Lin Rei pushed open the door. After seeing Lin Feng and Lin Ro lying on the bed and still unconscious, Lin Rei's eyes filled with tears and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Feng, Xiao Ro, I finally see you. With that, Lin Ray strode to the bedside and sat down, looking at them quietly. Originally, he had a lot to say to them, but after seeing them in person, Lin Ray didn't have so much to say. At this time, Lin Ray just wanted to look at them quietly. Hee, you two little guys, wake up. Looking at the unconscious younger brother and sister on the bed, Lin Ray hurriedly sent a stream of spiritual energy to each of them. In an instant, it entered their bodies. A few minutes later, the two finally moved. At this time, Lin Feng, who was still in a daze, reached out and touched the back of his neck that was hit by the dark force. His face showed a painful expression. Lin Ro was even more exaggerated. After touching the painful place, she couldn't help but scream, directly startling Lin Ray, who was beside her, who was unprepared. What happened, little sister? At the same time that he heard his sister scream, the originally dazed Lin Feng woke up. He hurriedly got up and looked at his sister beside him with a worried expression. Brother, it hurts so much. I don't know what those people were doing. They knocked me out just like in the movies. It's still hurting now. At this time, after hearing her brother's voice, Lin Ro, who had her eyes closed, quickly opened her eyes and looked at her brother beside her. She smiled and said, Hee, little sister, little brother, you've been awake for so long. Why didn't you realize that there was someone beside you? At this time, after sitting by the bed and watching their actions, he felt a little sour in his heart. Perhaps it was because he saw that they believe in each other so much, or perhaps it was because they didn't notice his presence the moment they woke up. Yes, just when the two of them were concerned about each other, an uncoordinated voice sounded. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at the person who spoke. Immediately, the two of them were stunned on the spot. Their eyes widened and were full of disbelief. Brother, is it really you? At this time, Lin Feng was the first to recover and looked at Lin Ray in disbelief. It seems that you haven't forgotten about me, your big brother. Not bad. This makes me feel very gratified. I thought that in your eyes, I didn't exist except for little sister. Brother, is it really you? Where have you been for the past few years? Do you know how hard we've been looking for you these past few years? Just when Lin Ray and Lin Feng were talking, Lin Ro roared like a lion from the northeast. She wore a smile on her face, but tears had already flowed down from her eyes. Sigh, it's not the time to tell you some things, but the most important thing now is to tell me everything you know. Why did I hear that you came to Beijing to visit your relatives when I return home? And why didn't I know that we have relatives in Beijing? And why are you studying in Beijing University? That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.